To the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, I'm going to ask Dr. Stewart to lead us in prayer.
We'll just take a moment for this. Gracious God, we are so thankful for the commitment to doing things right, to taking care of people in need, and we take our responsibility to care for each other and care for the public seriously, and pray that we will use our judgment and reason that you've given us, that we'll listen with compassion and clarity, and that all that are here will know that they were heard. I pray that you will encourage the board members to think through the decisions and to operate with grace as we deal with people who are experiencing challenges. Ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel of the board, with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or decisions concerning this case. At this time, I would like for the board members to introduce themselves, beginning to my left.
Dr. Melissa King, nurse practitioner.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Mary Stewart.
And at this time, I would like to introduce our hearing officer, Ms. Kristen Love.
Good morning. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee Ms. Lee Drace present?
Norris Hopkins on behalf of Lee Drace, she's present.
All right, thank you. So we will begin with the first matter on the docket, case number 2022-0204, involving licensee Lee Drace, license number R-784087NP. I'd like to identify any individuals in attendance at this time that will be giving testimony today. To state your name for the record, please.
The board will call Rebecca Cagle.
Licensee will call Tim Scarborough and Lee Drace.
All right, are those individuals present such that they can be sworn in at this time?
They are.
All right, where is Timothy?
Tim, please stand.
All right, please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You, are there any preliminary matters?
I'd like to ask the licensee a question.
Sure.
I know Lee, I know you, and so I can be unbiased, but I want to give you the opportunity I will recuse myself if you would rather me not sit on the panel.
Fine, you can stay on that.
Ms. Drace, you're familiar with me as I am with you. So before we proceed today, are you comfortable with me sitting on this panel today?
I am.
Thank you.
Any additional preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, I would request introduction of exhibits B1 through BA into evidence today.
Is there an objection, Mr. Hopkins?
There's no objection.
All right, the records are admitted. Those exhibits are admitted into the record. Are there any exhibits from the respondent?
They're not.
Right, we have a number of witnesses, so I'll ask the parties if you all are invoking the rule to exclude non-testifying witnesses. or not?
I don't wish to invoke the rule.
Same here.
All right, we'll proceed as follows. We'll begin with opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we'll allow for closing statements. If the parties are ready to proceed, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Strace was first licensed as an RN in 1992 and then became licensed in Mississippi as a nurse practitioner in 2002. Today, you will hear evidence that she admitted to the Board of Nursing that she administered IV fluids of unknown origin to patient A at patient A's residence. She did this without a documented medical assessment. There was not an order for the fluids to be administered, and administration of the fluids was not documented in any medical chart. Thank you.
Mr. Hopkins?
Yes, Your Honor. Please hear, after 31 years of practicing nursing, no prior incidents before this board, no prior disciplinary matters, no issues with any of her prior coworkers. She's worked at 11 different hospitals and I think 10 different clinics over a period of 31 years. The board can only imagine how many doctors and nurses and medical staff that she has worked with over this period of 31 years. No complaints to this board, no complaints filed with these facilities against her for her professionalism in the way that she practices medicine. You're going to hear that on one occasion in her 31 years of being a licensed nurse, she had the unfortunate day of having to deal with someone who was like a mother to her, lady that she met in her church and knew over 30 years. This person was her father's life partner for over 30 years. She helped raise her son while she was a single mother and worked her way through nursing school. This lady took care of her son while she worked the night shifts during her nursing career, and had the unfortunate day of seeing her essentially on her deathbed, getting a phone call from her first cousin, who is Tim Scarborough, who's here today. Also the pastor of the church. I understand church got canceled that day because they all knew that Sandy was dying, and she made a final request for IV fluids. And you're going to hear that Lee administered those. She didn't administer any other medications. There were no other narcotic medications. There for a period of 12 hours during this period, observing Sandy, who again was like her mother. She died the next day of coronary artery disease and complications with COVID. She over 2 years ago, I want to say January of 2022, January 23rd, 2022, continued to practice as a nurse practitioner. She's had no issues. The allegations that have been made before the board, they didn't take place in a hospital setting. They didn't take place in a clinical setting. They took place at Sandy's home, where she died and where she refused to go to the hospital, where she refused to get any other. So Lee stands here today admitting, you have her statements, it's admitted, I think B7. She told you what she did. She'll tell you today what she did. She'll tell you that she knows that it was not the right thing to do. She knows that your board and she is a nurse, has rules and regulations. But I feel here that under the circumstances of seeing essentially her dying family member, that she did administer the fluids. She would ask that you understand and take into context this one event, the fact that it was IV fluids and not some other narcotic or some other medication of more significance than IV fluids. We'll take into consideration her stellar 31 years of being a nurse, into consideration when you make your decisions today. Thank you.
I'm working with the board's Fort Council's case in chief. So, Ms. Osmond, if you're ready to proceed, you may.
Yes, Your Honor. We call Rebecca Cagle. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Rebecca Cagle, Ottawa County, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
A year and a half.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that resulted in the discipline of licenses?
Yes.
Is it part of your duties with the Board of Nursing to investigate complaints that are received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing in the state?
Yes.
Prior to working with the Board of Nursing, could you walk us through your employment history?
Okay, I've been a nurse 40 years. Settings, hospital settings, I have taught nursing school. I have developed a fellowship for nurse practitioners. I've worked employee health.
And if you would, please tell us your educational background.
Okay, I began as an LPN 40 years ago this year, and then kind of stair-step my way up, RN, BSN, master's, PhD in nursing, and then all of the nurse practitioner is post master's. It's family nurse practitioner, psych nurse practitioner.
And how long did you say you've been a nurse practitioner?
Since 1996, so almost 30 years.
And is a nurse practitioner considered an APRN under the nursing practice law?
Yes.
In your current role, are you familiar with the statutes and regulations that govern advanced practice registered nursing in the state of Mississippi?
Yes.
Please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2. It's page 2. And identify that document for us, please.
This is the Board of Nursing portal information of, she has an active nurse practitioner and active RN multi-state license, both good through the end of the year when we will renew.
Okay, so when was Mrs. Drace first licensed in Mississippi as an RN?
Looks like August 27th of 1992.
And when was she first licensed as a nurse practitioner?
2002.
And does she have the same number for both licenses?
She does.
You would please turn to page 4, Exhibit B3, and identify that document, please.
This is the license verification for Ms. Drace.
And what was the license issue date? Is this, what's the license type? Sorry.
This is for her nurse practitioner. It's August 27th, 2002, which will expire at the end of this year.
And what's the status?
Active. She has controlled substance prescriptive authority.
And does she list practice sites in Exhibit B3?
There are, I believe, 22 practice sites listed as active that she could work at this moment. Combination of hospitals, clinics, nursing homes.
You would please turn to Exhibit B4, page 8, and identify that document, please.
Okay, this gives the individual detail in nurses for Ms. Drace.
And does she have a multi-state license with Mississippi as the home state for her RN?
Yes,
And she also has a Mississippi MP license, is that correct?
correct.
And what does that mean exactly?
As far as an RN, if you have a multi-state, it must originate from your state of residence, which this is Ms. Drace's state of residence. You can work in any other state as an RN that is in the compact. All APRN licenses are single state, so if she were to need to work in another state, she'd require an APRN license in that state.
If you would, please turn to page 19, Exhibit B6, and identify that document, please.
This is a second notice of hearing, October 9th, 2023, sent via certified mail, notifying Ms. Drace of these charges.
What's the date of the hearing on this notice of hearing as it's listed here?
Tuesday, February 6th, 2024.
If you would, please turn to page 21 and identify that document, please.
Okay, this is the complaint, the charges.
And if you would, turn to page 23 and identify what that document is.
This is the USPS tracking number for the notification.
The number associated with the notice of hearing and the complaint in this case. you would, please turn back to the complaint that you identified on page 21, and we're going to go over that. Who is the respondent listed on this complaint?
Lee Parker, Eileen Drace.
And could you tell us the charges that are listed against Mrs. Strace in the complaint?
Charge one, that she negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice. Charge two, she has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Charge three, she has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure, including violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2840R 1.1N and 2840R 1.2D2. Charge four, she is engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Charge five, engaged in an unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820R 1.2.
And if you would, what additional facts are listed in the complaint related to those 5 charges you just read?
The complaint was a telephone complaint received.
I'm sorry, on page 21.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, the respondent admits that on or around January 23rd, she administered the patient IV fluids at that patient's residence, an unapproved practice site. You cannot have the patient's home as a listed practice site. And that she gave the patient 2,000 cc's of IV fluids without an order, without medical records related to the visit. She stated that she acquired one of the IV bags from a friend and acquired one of the IV bags from another individual that works in surgery, but she refused to provide additional details related to how she acquired these bags. The patient passed away the following day on January 24th, 2022.
After receiving information related to this complaint that was filed, what did the board do to investigate the allegations?
An investigator was assigned and reached out to collect information, reached out to the Ms. Drace and gathered her statement. A statement was received. As I say, there was a telephone complaint which described a lot of this as happening in the house. So they further investigated.
So what was that telephone complaint? What was reported to the board?
It was reported that the patient was, very sick and had reached out to Ms. Drace to come and provide IV fluids. I believe she asked for the IV fluids, and that Ms. Drace did come and start an IV, administered the IV fluids, and the complaint noted that no vital signs were taken. They did not listen to the heart, the lungs. It reported that she was having rapid respirations and that she continued to do so. And that at one point, Ms. Drace left to get a third bag of IV fluids after those 2 had administered.
And so those are the allegations that were reported to the board
That's
eventually.
what was reported on the telephone.
I would object to what transpired in the home unless there's somebody here that witness has personal knowledge of those things. It's hearsay.
And
You can respond.
hearsay is admissible in an administrative proceeding, first of all, but secondly, we're only requesting this testimony, not to say that it necessarily happened. We're requesting this testimony to say what the telephone report was that was received, what was reported to the board.
Yes,
I haven't seen that report, but this is my objections.
It was a telephone conversation.
okay, thank you. Your objection is overruled. And
If you would, turn to page 22 and tell me what was the date that the complaint was filed in this case.
10th day of March,
What year?
2023. Yes, page 22.
Now, if you would, you said that the board conducted an investigation, and as a result of that investigation, I believe Mrs. Drace made a statement. Is that correct?
She did. She did acknowledge that she did attend the patient, provided IV fluids.
If you would, turn to page 24, which is Exhibit B7 that was referenced previously. And identify that document, please.
Okay. This is the statement B7 that Ms. Trace provided the board when I asked. Would you kind of just?
I would like you to
stand
summarize her statement and just go over the statement and tell us what it is that she told the board happened in
Okay.
response to questions by the board.
She received a text around 12:30 on January 23rd and asked, could you bring fluids? The pastor also called around the same time to see if she had any fluids, as he was concerned that the patient was not doing well at all and did not want to go to the hospital. She was initially in the rocking chair and then finally did eat a banana. She had had diarrhea and felt like that may help. She told both of them, Ms. Trace did, that she didn't have any IV fluids, but she would see what she could do. So she called and got her some IV fluids, brought them to the house. The pastor, who was also a cousin, 2 sisters, and her daughter was also at the house when she arrived. So multiple people were there. The pastor had met her outside, said she was doing well, but really been eating or drinking for most of the week and had nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. She acknowledged that when she saw her, she teared up because she looked very ill. She started the IV, gave her fluids, asked if she had hurt her, if she was hurting, and she refused to go to the hospital and did not want her children, grandchildren to see her in her conditions. Her respirations were rapid. Her initial heart rate was elevated, but then slower and weaker. But she would not be seen in the hospital. She went to bed around 10:30. Everyone had left except the daughter, who stayed with her. She noted that her mother prayed till 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning, and then she had thought her mother went to sleep. She took her daughter to school, and then she thought she was still sleeping and was fixing her breakfast, and then got a call that the patient wasn't breathing. The ambulance was not called. Ms. Trace went to the home at this call that she wasn't breathing. The family thanked her for providing good care and attending. The coroner was there. She asked about the IV fluid. Her daughters and sister explained the situation well. They thanked Ms. Trace at the time. The pastor, several church members had reports of COVID. A lot of COVID in the church had been canceled that day and had for about 2 weeks. She had gotten better from the COVID, but then had relapsed. It was in this note that, and then on Sunday, January 23rd, she regressed a lot. So she acknowledges she started the IV, that this patient was like her own mother. And she had even lived with her at times with her son. So it was a close relationship. And she did feel that the allegations stem from more property disbursement in the will type situations than over what had happened there.
So what did the board's investigation ultimately determine related to this event?
Well, there were no records produced, and as a APRN, you have to keep records on site at the clinical site. So even if you made a home visit, you would still have an assessment, an evaluation, a treatment plan. You have to record a diagnosis and what was done on behalf of that diagnosis, if you had a prescription or something that you did.
Did Ms. Trace administer, by her admission in B7, did she administer these fluids at the patient's home?
She did.
And are there times where you can do that?
Yes.
But what is required?
Generally, you think of it as an extension of a clinic, like if your patient that normally came to the clinic was not able to go to your clinic with illness, you would go visit them, conduct a home visit in the home. Certainly, home health agencies conduct home visits in the home, even with APRNs.
And so in her statement, she stated that she gave the patient fluids sometime after 12:30 on January 23rd, because the patient texted asking for fluids.
Right.
And a pastor called as well asking for
Right.
fluids, but she didn't have IV fluids.
She said she did not have IV fluids, but she'd see what she could do, and she got 2 bags from different sources,
Well, let's start.
unnamed sources.
Let's start by discussing IV fluids. How does an individual get IV fluid? How does a nurse practitioner get IV fluid?
Well, typically it would be an order placed to provided by a pharmaceutical company or something that's considered a prescription. So
So IV fluids are not over the counter.
they're not over the counter. They would maybe be considered a stock medication in most facilities.
So a regular individual can't just go purchase IV fluids legally.
No, it's considered a prescription.
And why not?
Well, any medication, even over-the-counter medicine, has some risk, and you have to have due diligence in administering the medication.
If an NP does a proper medical assessment and diagnosis, can they prescribe fluids?
Yes, APRNs can prescribe, nurse practitioners can prescribe IV fluids.
What's the standard dosage for an IV fluid bag?
Well, many come in 1,000 cc bag. That's pretty traditional. There are different sizes. Sometimes the antibiotics are administered to or smaller sizes, but that's, I guess, the most common size.
And is there any evidence that Mrs. Drace did a medical assessment in this case?
There were no records provided of the care given. It was her recollection, and what she put in her statement is where we received the information about.
Did your investigation find any medical documentation that showed that any other provider or collaborating physician had ordered administration of fluids in this case?
There were no records provided of any kind, if she spoke to her collaborating physician or not, or to which of her practice sites perhaps this patient had been a patient in the clinic where you would find the records.
What would a medical assessment entail?
Well, typically you think of vital signs, you think of listening to heart, lungs, she'd had nausea, vomiting, diarrhea for weeks, some type of abdominal assessment probably would have been recorded. Many times there's laboratory values done to determine any electrolyte imbalance in case they needed something more than just a bag of fluids, but needed some type supplements, electrolytes or something within that fluid.
Can administration of IV fluids be fatal if a patient is administered those incorrectly or without a proper medical assessment?
Well, even drinking too much water can be fatal, in a fluid overload. So you'd have to be careful as to their medical background diagnosis. You could administer at varying rates based on somebody's ability to withstand those rates. You'd need to be alert to any type of kidney disease or kidney issues or heart failure or anything of those natures, particularly in adults, older adults.
And during the investigation, was the board able to determine where Mrs. Drace got the IV fluids?
She said someone that worked in surgery, and then from someone else, but a name or a physical site or facility was not listed.
And why is that important?
Well, you typically think of the condition in which the medications have been stored. Sometimes there's temperature ranges. So, was it stored properly? Was it obtained from a facility that would have been there? She mentioned getting it from two individuals. Did they get it from their facility that they were? You just don't. You would feel that proper storage had been occurred in a facility where it was received, signed in, and there for use.
And just to clarify for the record, is a prescription for IV fluids any different than a prescription issued for any other type of medication?
It's considered a prescription, but most people think of a prescription as something you write, hand to a patient, they go and get it. Typically, IV fluids probably administered in the moment in the setting versus somebody going to get their own and bringing it back.
But they provide, they require prior orders for administration.
Anytime an APRN prescribes any device or any type medication, they would require some type examination, evaluation, treatment plan, some type of documentation of that care wherever it was provided.
Have you had a recent opportunity to see IV fluids given in a hospital setting? Or have you ever seen that in your career?
Well, of course, and typically you think of many times someone who had nausea, vomiting, diarrhea may be evaluated in some type of urgent care or emergency room setting, and an IV is started. Oftentimes they're on a heart monitor and vital signs are taken periodically throughout the course of the treatment, depending on how many bags of fluid they need. Oftentimes lab work might be drawn before and even after to see if electrolyte imbalance is present or needs to be treated, or, you know, those are common things you would see in, I guess, a hospital setting, clinic setting, administered.
Dr. Cagle, if you would turn to page 25, Exhibit B8, and identify what that document is, please.
The death certificate of coronary artery disease.
And that's for this particular patient we've been discussing, is that correct?
Yes.
And who is listed as the person that called that day?
Or
Or called? Yes, the person that is listed as the person who called on that day.
the former name is Parker Bourg, Bourgue, grandson relationship.
And what is listed here under, I wish I could see it, but my eyes have given out on me recently. Person who processed. Who's listed there?
Yes,
Yes, right here.
okay. Lee Drace,
And what did you say the cause of death is listed on the death certificate?
coronary artery disease.
And what if someone that has coronary heart disease or artery disease, would it be important to do a medical assessment of the patient prior to administration of fluids?
Well, like I say, you're required to do an exam, evaluation, treatment plan on anyone of any age or condition before you prescribe a device or medications.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Lewis? Hopkins?
And you testified that and oftentimes administering an IV for nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, that's a common thing. Is that right?
Many times.
Right. And in Lee's statement, which is B7, she stated that Sandra had these symptoms, did she not?
She did.
And looking back at the death certificate, just so I'm clear, is it your testimony that Lee Drace contacted the state or the coroner regarding Sandra's death? I didn't understand your testimony there. I'm sorry. You mentioned Lee Drace's name in connection to Exhibit B8. What was that reason?
She is listed as the fellow who pronounced death.
And other than reading that in the exhibit, do you have any knowledge whether or not Lee Drace contacted the coroner on that day?
There was nothing in the documents.
All right.
She contacted him. Yes, there was nothing in the documents that said otherwise, that she contacted him.
And in looking at Exhibit B8, there's nothing in there that said the cause of death had anything to do with the improper storage of IV fluids. Is that right?
Correct. There's
As I understand it, there's no complaints that has been made with this board that Sandra's death was caused by the administration of IV fluids. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely not. We're primarily saying that the documentation wasn't there of the visit.
Okay.
And medical records were not provided. We're
Right.
making no link or anything of that nature.
And I think part of your testimony, you stated that, or part of the charges, as I understand them, is that Lee did not perform an assessment of Sandra prior to administering these IV fluids. Is that right?
That's correct. And that's what in the complainant information they said. They gave the impression that they were there. And so they said the vital signs were not taken, heart and lungs were not listened to.
Okay.
And then we don't have any documentation to say they were, as far as a medical record.
Did you take the phone call from whoever this was that reported this complaint to the board?
No, sir, I was not with the board at that time.
Have you at any point in time during the pendency of this case contacted that person and interviewed them as to what happened on January 23, 2022?
I did not.
You mentioned an investigator. Do you know whether or not an investigator has ever contacted this person who telephonically contacted the board and made these complaints against Lee Drace? Have you spoken to that person about the facts surrounding this?
I know that an investigator was assigned and I believe did speak to the family.
All right. And my question was, ma'am, have you spoken to that investigator regarding any communications he had with this person that reported this claim?
We discussed in the investigation notes and the things that he was told as far as information gathered.
And you agree with me that that investigator was not present at the home of Sandra on January 22, 2023, correct?
No, January 23, 2022, no.
All right. And then in looking at Lee's statement to the board, agree with me that that's a pretty straightforward, truthful statement by Lee as to what happened on that day?
It's on page 24.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Ask it a different way. Looking at Exhibit B7, you agree with me that Lee was rather frank and gave facts surrounding what she did on that particular day, right?
She was very detailed.
Okay. And in reading B7 or her statement, you agree with me that she made physical observations and assessments of Sandra on that day, right?
She did say that she teared up when she saw how ill she was and that she, I believe she said she had increased breathing. She acknowledged she hadn't been eating and drinking for the better part of the week. Her respirations were rapid and her initial heart rate was evaluated. So she did make comment to that.
And wouldn't you agree with me that part of an assessment for a nurse is one that you can make based on your knowledge, training, and experience and your physical observation of a patient? That is an assessment.
It is.
All right. And she observed these things. She noted them. She even put them in her statement. And you even agree with me that nausea, vomiting, and those types of symptoms, an IV fluid is not an uncommon or is often administered for these symptoms.
That's correct.
All right.
She just simply didn't document them in a record
Okay.
or have information if she had any type of electrolyte imbalance or would need any medications in that IV fluids.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
I'm
interrupt.
sorry.
Are you aware of any prior history that Lee has in treating or providing medical care to Sandra in a clinical or medical facility setting?
I don't have any records of any type patient visits in a clinic or hospital or nursing home.
All right, so it would be a fair statement to say that you have no knowledge of any prior history or ongoing of Lee being familiar with Sandra and her medical histories, right?
Other than she says she's known her 30 years. Through the years, you may have some knowledge of someone's health status, but not from a clinical facility.
And as I understand your testimony, an APRN can legally administer IV fluids, albeit we understand the environment she was in on this particular day. But isn't it true that Lee can administer IV fluids and write a prescription for IV fluids based on her training and skill?
Absolutely.
And if Lee, I think you've been a nurse practitioner since 2002.
Mhm.
So over the last 20 years, she has made observations and assessments and determined over the last 20 years when she can prescribe an IV bag to however many patients she's seen over the last 20 years, right?
Have lots of experience.
Do you have any reason to believe that on January 22, 2022, she didn't use those 20 years of training, knowledge, and experience to determine that an IV bag would comfort Sandra on her deathbed?
I'm sure she made assessments. It's just simply the documentation. But I didn't have any information in this that she was on her deathbed or hospice. I mean, she was quite ill and she had COVID, but nothing in the complaint or nothing in Ms. Dre's statement said she was on her deathbed that I saw.
Well, would the fact that she was on her deathbed on that particular occasion change your opinions today?
Well, hospice care is sometimes different than non-hospice care. And she did ask the patient if she was hurting or, any type pain.
Okay.
But she wasn't.
And well, she died within 12 or 24 hours, right?
Right.
Okay. And you saw the phone call from the pastor in her statement, right? And I know in looking at Mississippi Code annotated 7315-1, which I note is otherwise referenced as the Mississippi Nursing Practice Law. And it's not a trick question, and I don't want to get into these issues, but I think it's important to note that under 7315-7, there are certain activities that are accepted from the nursing practice law. And I've got it right here, but in two of those exceptions are gratuitous nursing by friends and members of the family and furnishing nursing assistance in an emergency. And I understand the question is, do you have a nursing license or do you not? But my question to you, ma'am, is even the Mississippi Nursing Act takes into exception certain instances where you're dealing with a family member or an emergency. Is that a fair statement?
Did you reference the
I'm
section or
sorry.
provide her
One
a
more.
copy
I
with
just wanted
the
to look at
statute?
what you said.
Yeah, no, I'll give it to you. It is Mississippi Code annotated 7315-7, and it's entitled Activities Accepted from the Article.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And while you're reviewing that, my question is simply this. Even the Nursing Practices Act has some exceptions to the act. And two of those are gratuitous nursing by friends and members of the family and furnishing nursing assistance in an emergency. Is that a fair statement of that statute?
It does say gratuitous nursing by friends and members of the family, and then the furnishing of nursing assistance in an emergency.
Okay. And those under that sections are exceptions to the article, correct?
They are A and B.
Okay, thank you. And do you know whether or not your investigator spoke to Tim Scarborough as part of this investigation?
I do not know that he did.
All right. And this person that made the telephone contact to the board, do we know who that person is?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. When a complainant requests to be anonymous, we have to maintain that under our rules.
I'll ask it a different way. Ma'am, do you know whether or not the phone report to the board was made by an anonymous caller or not?
I don't believe that they stated all the people there, giving the impression they were there.
Your Honor, I'm going to say this, sometimes in cases where, under rules, you can request to be anonymous when you make a complaint to this board, and this board is complaint driven. There are times where it becomes very obvious when you read that complaint who the person is, even though they're requesting to be anonymous, just based on the limited circumstances. So again, I'm going to object when someone has requested that they be anonymous. We honor that.
I'm not asking who it was. I'm just asking, was it an anonymous call-in or did someone actually use their name in making these allegations against my client?
I'll overrule the objection because it sounds like his question didn't offend that rule you mentioned. So you can, I mean, do you need her to answer it
Well,
again?
Your Honor, I mean, I think this goes back to what we had previously, though. I asked the question only to lay the groundwork for the complaint that was filed. No one here is saying that the facts that were contained in the telephone call were actually what transpired. What we have here is a B7 admission, and that's what we're focused on today. No one is saying that the complaint as it was filed were the exact facts, and that complaint and the facts therein have been requested to be anonymous as far as who made that call. The deeper we get into this, the more obvious it will be who made that complaint. And I don't think that that's fair under the rules.
Okay, well, I think his question, even, considering what you just stated, is appropriate. So the question he asked, he just wanted to know, can you repeat your question, Mr. Hunt?
Yes, Your Honor. The question is simply, was it an anonymous call that lodged the complaint against Lee with the board?
So I think if that's documented, or I mean, if you know the answer to that question, then you should be able to answer it.
Okay, off the top of my head, I do not remember a name, but she referenced
I don't think he asked you for a name.
No, but he referenced herself.
No, he asked you whether or not, can you repeat the question?
Sure, it simply is, does she know whether or not the claim that was lodged against Lee was made by an anonymous caller or not?
I don't believe so, but
All right,
the person referenced themselves as like a relation to the patient versus a name. Does that make sense? So in that, I believe you would know who it was.
Well, and again, I'm not asking you for a name. Do you know whether or not this person was a nurse with a license before this board?
They did say that.
to me, now that,
Okay, so Your Honor, this is back to what I was afraid was going to happen. Here we are now, we're disclosing who the complaint is, who it's about, what was the allegations are in B7. I'll stipulate to that. The only reason the complaint was even brought up was to say there was a phone call made that reported the complaint because the board is complaint driven. This is exactly what I was afraid was going to happen. We only disclose those complaints when anonymity cannot be, has not been requested, or it cannot be maintained. This is a complaint where there is no way to divulge any of the facts of that complaint without divulging who made the complaint. And those complaints are only allowed to be given out during the course of an investigation.
can you take us to that room, Ms. Sullivan?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's in 30 Mississippi Administrative Code 2825.
Your Honor, I don't care to get into the weeds. I think we've answered that question. Unless the board wants to know the answer to this, then otherwise, I can move on, but I
If you're
just
ready to
have,
move on. Okay.
ma'am, I'm sorry.
You would like to move on from this line of
It,
questioning?
I think the answers to the questions were the ones that I needed. I have one other question with regard to that complaint. In,
Allow, Ms. Austin.
It's 2825, Rule 1.3C.
Your Honor, are you waiting on me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's hear your question.
The only other question that I would have it's my understanding that this complaint was lodged with the board approximately a year after the date of death. Is that right?
There's nothing in the file that would say the date the complaint was.
Well, Ms. Salzman, let the witness testify to that if she can.
I don't see anything in here right now that says the date.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I made a note. I thought your prior testimony was March of 2023.
Oh, when I read from that document.
Just to clarify for the record, I think we're getting complaint kind of crossed up. I believe her testimony was that the formal complaint here was filed in March of
Yes,
2023. Not the
report.
the report
Right.
from,
Very
yes,
okay.
sorry.
Do you have anything or do you know when the actual initial report was filed with this board?
I do not. I was not with the board at that time.
Right, and you, to your knowledge, hadn't reviewed anything that would provide you with that answer as you sit here today? Is that right?
That's right.
And and I know you said that IV fluids have to be prescribed by a practitioner before they can be delivered. Is that correct?
Well, they're prescribed and administered.
Do you know whether or not you can get IV fluids off of Amazon?
I've not checked into that, but I know there are many things you can get off Amazon that are not necessarily.
All right.
But I believe she said in her statement that she got it from a friend and someone from surgery.
Right. Her statement is before the board and she'll testify to that. I was just inquiring whether or not these fluids could be purchased essentially over the counter, other sources. And do you know the answer to that?
I've not checked that personally. I know there are medications you get over the internet.
Your Honor, I think that's all the questions that I have.
Any redirect, Ms. Salzman?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Cagle, if Mrs. Drace had ordered fluids as an NP for a patient, where would those fluids come from?
Generally, the facility which that visit was attached to, whether it was a ER or clinic setting, they would have them generally as a stock medication, stock IVs that you would administer.
But in Mrs. Dre's statement, she said that she had to source the IV fluids from two different places. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would-
She said she originally told them that she didn't have the fluids when the pastor and the patient asked, but that she'd see what she could do.
Would it be normal for an NP that has properly assessed and ordered administration of IV fluids to have to source those IV fluids from multiple locations?
It would seem like it would come from the facility of which is attached to that visit.
Your Honor, I object to speculation.
Well, Dr. Hagel is a 40-year nurse practitioner. I think she would know if IV fluids are ordered, if she has to source them from multiple locations on a routine basis.
Your Honor, every location is different, and if they're stocked, they're stocked. You got to take each situation as itself. That's a general question and requires speculation as to what happened with Lee Drace.
I'll rephrase it.
Okay, yes,
In
please.
your experience as an MP over your past 40 years, have you had to source IV fluids from multiple locations?
Usually it's right there in stock. I mean, a hospital's a huge setting. If you were in a hospital, multiple units would have it.
And was
Again,
there any
Objection, speculation. It's causing for facts not in evidence that she didn't work in a hospital.
But she spoke from her experience. I understand it's what we heard. So your objection?
My
is-
objection.
in the nursing community, if there are no records, what do they often say?
It's not charted, it wasn't done, is a common statement through the years.
Was there anything charted here?
We were not provided with any documentation.
But you were provided with a copy of Exhibit B7 on page 24, correct?
Yes, her statement.
And this was her statement that was done after the fact, correct?
Right.
You didn't receive the statement prior to January 23rd, right?
Mm.
So all the assessments and the things that she said she did here, that she documents in her statement that she did, is there a medical chart that shows that that was done?
Not that we were provided, and you do have to keep records on site, you know, as far as the Board of Nursing requires. In case of need of a review. We would record visits within the medical record.
During the investigation, at any point, did Mrs. Dre say that she had routinely seen this patient as a regular patient at a clinic?
We did not have that documented in our record. She acknowledged she's known her many decades and is,
Right.
you know, a close friend, but she did not document that she did or didn't ever see her as a patient in a clinical facility.
And she doesn't mention in her statement that she ever saw her as a patient at a clinic, does she?
It's not written there.
I know there was some discussion about gratuitous nursing under 7315-7A. But we discussed previously, and tell me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Drace is in fact a licensed nurse practitioner in the state, correct?
Correct.
So when she performs acts of nursing in this state, she is acting under her license, is that correct?
Yes.
In comparison, maybe to someone that's given dialysis to a family member, would that be gratuitous nursing, where they've been trained to provide something at home, say it's peritoneal dialysis, would that be gratuitous nursing?
Many times, friends and family do provide such care to family in the home. The one thing about APRNs is everything cannot be gratuitous. There's many requirements, and if you're providing a medication or a device or some type of order like that, you have to have an evaluation, an examination, a treatment plan documented and kept on file with a facility in the chart. Much like you couldn't give your family member opioid narcotics if they asked for it, you can write them a prescription gratuitously, necessarily without it being documented and a PMP checked and the requirements for giving that medicine.
And if you would, I believe some of those requirements are under our rules, 2840, part 1.5A3. And what does it say about maintenance of patient records?
An APRN who prescribes any device or medication, including controlled substances, shall maintain a complete record of the patient's examination, evaluation, and treatment plan. One under that says documentation of the patient shall include the diagnosis and reason for any prescriptions. Further, the APRN shall document the name, dose, strength, quantity, and the date prescribed of the medicines. And the patient record required of these regulations shall be maintained at the practice site of the APRN.
So during the board's investigation, did Mrs. Drace provide any of that documentation in response to the questions related to this particular incident?
We do not have documentation of any clinical record on that day or any other.
And that's in violation of our rules and the Nurse Practice Act. Is that
It
correct?
does say shall maintain.
No further questions.
Right. At this time, I'll ask members of the board if you have any questions for this witness. Your next witness, Ms. Osman.
The board rests, Your Honor.
At this time, before we move into the respondent's case, we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess. We'll return at 9:55. the members of the board to state their names.
Melissa King.
Jeremy Cummins,
Sandra Culpepper.
Mary Stewart.
Thank you. We concluded, and we're about to start with the respondent's case, which she, when we started our recess, so we can pick back up there again with the respondent's case in chief, unless I give the board another opportunity if they have any questions related to board counsel case in chief. If they have any now, they can ask it.
I have a question.
For the board's witness. Ms. Kate,
The board rested, Your Honor.
arrested, okay, all right,
Previously, before the break, I believe the board rested.
okay. All righty, so we'll proceed with the respondent's case in chief.
Your Honor, I question Lee Drace. Lee, state your name.
Lee Drace.
And Exhibit B2 is before the board that explains your work history, but just briefly summarize your work history for the board.
A nurse from 92 to 2002. I worked in the emergency room, surgery, school nursing. And as a nurse practitioner, I worked internal medicine and the emergency room, telemedicine, teleemergency, urgent cares, walk-in clinics.
And in looking at Exhibit B2, it looks like you've worked in 11 different hospitals and 10 different clinical settings over the last 31 years.
But I just work at a PRN at some places, some of the sites, teleemergency sites, in the emergency rooms, and just like some at Memorial with the clinics. You know, you've traveled to the clinics, to different clinics. I've had a vast experience with walk-ins and emergency medicine and such.
And you saw patients at all of these 11 different hospitals and 10 different clinics.
I have,
And you worked with colleagues that were licensed in nursing.
yes,
You worked with doctors that were licensed with the state of Mississippi,
yes,
and worked with other medical staff at these facilities.
yes, I have.
How many times in the last 31 years have you received a complaint against you for something that someone believed that you were doing wrong or in violation of the Nursing Act or anything such as that?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. How many times have you been before this board before?
Never.
Are you- other than today, right? And are you aware of any other complaints that anyone over the last 30 years, patient, nurses, doctors, medical staff, or anyone has filed against you with this board?
No, not that I'm aware.
Been a nurse practitioner since 2002. Is that right?
Correct.
And over the last 20 years, have you had the opportunity to assess patients, observe their symptoms, and opine that they needed a IV?
I have, yes.
And is that something that's common with a nurse practitioner, part of their daily, weekly duties?
It can be in the ER, yes.
Did you do anything different in the administration of the IV physically, not legally, on January 22 of 2022?
I assessed, I mean, that's part of everything. You assess as you go. And so, yes, I did. And when I got there, I looked at Sandy and she was very, very ill. And I mean, I've done this forever, and you can tell when people come in, and she was so sick.
Hold on, before we go there, let's ask a couple more questions.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about Sandy. Who is Sandy?
Sandy is like my stepmom. She's been with my dad 1 month after my son, 34 years. She's been with my dad. So she's like my stepmom, and I am her daughter. I was her daughter. She called me the daughter of her heart.
All right. Now, When did you first meet Sandy?
I met her before I even knew I ever met her. I've been at church with her for my whole life.
So how many years do you believe
50.
that you've known Sandy?
53 years.
Okay. Was your son born when you met Sandy?
My son, well, yes, he's been, yes,
Okay. And did you know Sandy before your son was born?
yes,
How old is your son?
34,
Okay. And you said you met Sandy at church, is that right?
correct.
All
She's
right.
just my family. I mean, her whole family's my family.
Okay. And what is Sandy's relationship with your father?
She's his lifelong companion.
All right. And what does that mean? Did they
They've
live
been together for 34, 1 month after my son was born.
Okay. Did they live in the same home together?
Yes.
And when you would visit your dad for Christmas and Easter and holidays and birthdays over the last 34 years, was Sandy present for these family events?
Yes.
Describe the relationship of Sandy and your son.
She was his nan. And when I was before I went to nursing school, I was a single mother, and she helped me with him while I went to school. And then I worked evenings and she worked days, and she just took care of him.
Okay. Would you describe that relationship as a very close relationship, like a grandson?
Very close. He
Right.
told her things he wouldn't even tell me.
And describe your relationship with Sandy to the board.
I mean, she was like my mom. I mean, I would call her my mom. My mom and my dad divorced, and my mom left, and she's been my mom.
Okay. And let's talk about, let me make sure I'm saying this date right. And actually, I think I've been saying the date wrong. January 23 of 2022. What happened on that day?
I was called and told we weren't having church because Sandy was very, very sick. I was called and told that we were not having church because Sandy was very, very sick. And so we didn't have church. And then I called and asked if I needed to come over or she was okay. And her sister told me no, she didn't want anybody over there. I mean, she didn't want her kids to see her because she was sick. And then a little bit later, Tim, the pastor, called and said, hey, he calls me sis. And he said, hey, sis, Sandy's really sick. And asked me if thought she needed some IV fluids because she wouldn't go to the hospital. And I told him I didn't have any. And in the meantime, I got a text from her that said, can you bring fluids? From Sandy. Sandy said, can you bring fluids? It was her phone. And so then I said, I didn't have any, but that I would see what I could do. I don't have any fluids. I've never given IV fluids. Anyway.
Let's clarify that point. You've never given IV fluids outside the setting of a clinic or a hospital, or you've
Never
given
done
IV
that before.
fluids?
I've never given IV fluids outside. I just said I'd see what I could do. And when I went over there and saw her, I walked in, and if you've done this profession for this long, and when I saw her, I told Tim, I said, I really didn't think.
Take a deep breath.
I didn't think she was going to make it. And I even called my son and said, you got to come see Sandy because she's so sick.
All right. What did you observe when you came into Sandy's home on January 23rd?
That she was sitting in her chair. And she was just sick. She was just so pale, and she wasn't talkative like she normally was. And she was just like, hey, baby, that's it. And I went over there and I was rubbing on her arm, and I did. I just rubbed on her arm, and I did check her pulse. It's a habit, and it was rapid. And I asked her if she was hurting, and she said, no, baby. She said, I know you would never do anything to hurt me. That's what she told me, because she just called me baby. And I just said, I tried to get her to eat a banana because she had an irritable bowel and she got episodes of diarrhea that she wouldn't even come to church for, I don't even know how long. I mean, she just had that. And everybody got COVID and they rebounded. Sandy got a little bit better, but she did not. I mean, when she gets sick in her stomach, and I gave her a little piece of a banana. I just said, will you just try to eat this? Because they said she hadn't eaten. She ate maybe 2 or 3 bites and just held it in her hand.
Take get any other history of what was going on when you saw her on that day?
I mean, I just knew that she was sick, and she had a few years ago, she started having like syncopal episodes. Like she would be at church and somebody would have to drive her home. I don't know what, she fell at home before and we had to get her up, but she didn't ever tell us, and she didn't go get evaluated for it. Like she just quit going to the doctor. I saw her in the clinic when I worked internal medicine clinic with Dr. Lennox as a patient in, I don't know, I guess 2005 or something. She was Dr. Lennox patient. I was Dr. Lennox nurse practitioner, and she took metformin at one time in her life. After that, she started drinking water. She quit all medicine, and she wouldn't go. She used to go for her annual visits and mammograms and everything, but she just stopped going.
On January 23rd, to determine whether she had been nauseated at any point?
She had nausea. They said she was throwing up. She had diarrhea. She had to be helped to get, to the chair, to the bathroom when she did go.
Okay. And did you administer the IV fluids on that day?
I did.
And did you do that in belief that your family member was deathly ill?
She was, yes. And her sisters, she did it for her sisters because they wanted her to go to the hospital. And they were trying to get her to go. And she said, I'm not going to the hospital. I'm not going. And I said, well, she said, but I will let you give me some fluids.
And who was present on the occasion that you administered the fluids?
Tim Scarborough, Sherry Johnson, her sister, Mary O'Neill, her sister, Tammy Seymour, which is her daughter, and myself.
Okay. And on that particular day, prior to administering the IV fluids, do you feel, based on your 20 years of experience, that you did an assessment of Sandra and that administering the fluids would comfort her?
I did.
Do you dispute the fact that that there was no documentation of your administration of the IV fluids?
No.
Do you dispute the fact that that there was a prescription per se for the IV fluids?
No.
And as I understand the testimony of the state's witness and your testimony, you are qualified under circumstances to prescribe IV fluids. Is that right?
Correct.
And the death certificate is D8. The Sandra died within a few hours the next day. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know what time. All I know is I called my son. I called Parker. I said, are you ready to go see Sandy? And he said, yes. And then her daughter, Tammy, called me wailing and said, Mom's not breathing. Mom's not breathing. I said, did you call Tim or Sherry? Because they live right around the corner. I live, I don't know, 10 miles away. And I said, did you call? And she said, I can't get them. I can't get them. And I said, well, I'll try to call them. And then about that time, I think she called me right back and said that they were there. So they were all there. I mean, this was hours. I mean, when she called me, I went over there.
Did you believe when you were administering the IV that Sandra was on her deathbed?
I believe by looking at her when I saw her that she was so sick that I didn't think she was going to fare out well. I did.
And when you administered those IVs to Sandra, did you believe that she was your family member?
Well, she is my family member. She is. And I miss her. And she is my two daughters' nan. And we miss her every day. And I just thought I just did what I thought in the moment that was best for her because I loved her.
Have you done anything like that ever before?
I have not.
Have you done anything like that in the last 2 years?
I have not.
Do you have any plans or intentions of ever doing it again?
No.
Need a Kleenex?
Mm. And can I say something else? Sandy, she knew how sick she was. My daughter, she was just getting herself, I guess, prepared. She gave my daughter her pearls and said, if I'm not here, these will be for your wedding. And my daughter said, no, Nan, you're going to be here. And she got my daughter to start driving her. I mean, she was, I don't know what else she had, but I know she was sick and she knew.
I don't think I have any other.
Grace, do you need a break? We'll take a brief 10-minute recess.
Oh, I'm okay.
We'll return at 5.
They can take a break.
And we just wait. I just looked at the comments. Did you start? Oh, you already on. Just rid of. That's my way of turning. On Jeremiah, I think it's up to But that's because it is true. Alright, I see y'all are back a little bit earlier than our stated recess time. If we're ready to start now, we can, or if you need more time, we can certainly take that. Ready? Right. Ms. Thompson, you may proceed now with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Mrs. Strace, where were you employed in January of 22?
PRN at MD. And like some memorial clinics.
What's Health Fit MD?
It's she does she does like cut aesthetics and lasers and nutrition and weight loss.
So in January of 22, you worked at Pearl River County Hospital,
That's my
right?
primary job. I work maybe at Health at MD once every couple of months just to fill in on her provider.
Just as needed,
Yeah,
and
very
then-
little, but I'm still.
It's okay. We'll try to take it slow for the fourth quarter. And then at medical hospitals and the Memorial Hospital, is that what you
Memorial
said?
Hospital,
Memorial Hospital
clinics.
as needed? Clinics, okay. Just kind of want to walk through your statement on page 24. We've talked about this previously on Exhibit B7. I believe you said that the patient texted you around 12:30 on January the 23rd, and that was a Sunday. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, yes, she texted me. Around then.
And I believe the pastor also called you per your statement at this, about the same time.
he called me first, and as I was talking to him, I read her text.
Do you know what time of day you arrived at the house?
I mean, I went straight over there whenever he called me. I live 10 minutes away, so I went straight over there.
And
And I told them, well, I tried to find some fluids, so, I mean, I did. I called my collaborating physician, and I was just, but
so you tried to find the fluids before you went to the house?
I did.
So that would be before you were able to assess her health situation?
But I went over there and then I left again also.
Okay, so let's go back to the timeline. Sometime after 12:30, you were asked, for fluids, correct? And then you said that you tried to find fluids. Now, you didn't have any fluids readily available to you at a clinic at the time because you were working as an ER nurse? Is that the
Right, I worked in
reason?
the ER, but my collaborator, I asked her if she had any IV fluids. At Health Fit, she didn't have any. I just.
Who's your collaborator at the time?
Well, at Health Fit MD is, her name is not Dr. Shannon.
So you tried to find fluids. Did you find fluids before you arrived at the house?
So I did find one bag.
And where did you find that bag of fluids?
I have a friend that worked in surgery.
Do you know if it's okay for your friend to take a bag of IV fluids from a hospital?
Do I know if it's okay?
If it's legally okay?
I don't know where she got them. Yeah, I don't.
Where did you meet your friend to get the bag of fluids?
I went to her house.
So your friend had this bag of IV fluid at her house?
Yes.
Okay, so once you got that one bag of IV fluids, was it 1,000 cc's?
It was.
What did you do?
I went to see Sandy.
So what time would you guess? I know approximately that you arrived.
Maybe 12:50. I think 12:30 is when she texted me when I started on my phone. I guess 12:50. 1 o'clock. I don't know exactly. I'll be honest. I just, as soon as I got it, I went straight there.
So as soon as you got it, you went straight to the friend's house and then you went to the patient's house?
Sandy, my stepmom's house, yes.
But you went to the friend's house first?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened after you arrived?
Well, I walked in and I saw her and I teared up. I was very upset. And Tim and I went outside and I said, I told him she does not look good. And I went and I asked her if she was hurting. And like I said earlier, I was rubbing on her hand and I did put my hand on her radial pulse. Didn't feel good. She was sick. If I had to say what she looked like, I would say she was probably septic or just sick from nausea, vomiting, throwing up. I mean, so I did check her pulse. I did not document, but I evaluated her. I looked her over. And then I asked her if she wanted me to, she said she wanted me to get asked for the IV. So I started the IV. I asked her if she was hurting. I asked her if I hurt. She said Lee would never do anything to hurt me. And I asked her before if she wanted to go to the hospital or whatever, but she did not. She was very adamant she wasn't leaving her house.
How do you hook an IV up?
You just start an IV and put the IV in, take the
Is it
needle
called
out.
an angiocath or is it something, is it a,
gel coat.
I don't know the terminology, so
Yeah,
you'll have to
IV gel
teach
coat.
me.
And then the blood comes out and you hook it to you prime the tubing, put the tubing in the liter of fluid, you prime the tubing until it drips out and you hook it.
Just that the gel coat and the
The needle comes out,
Does all of that additional equipment come with the bag of fluids?
They had that,
Who had that?
the person when I got the fluids.
So when you made that request of your friend, did you realize that you asked them to misappropriate medical equipment?
Legal opinions.
Well, no, not necessarily, just considering her years of experience as a nurse and the applicable rules, related to her licensure. I believe she can answer it.
I could try to rephrase. Have you ever in the past asked a friend to remove any type of IV or associated medical supplies or equipment from a hospital
No, I have not.
or a surgical center
No,
or a clinic without an order?
no.
Is this something you would have done for a regular patient?
But started IDing them if they were,
Well, would you have gone to a regular patient's home and started an IV on that patient at their residence?
well, she's not a regular patient and no, I don't, I mean, no, I don't.
Have you ever seen her as a patient? I believe you testified 2005 was the last time you saw her as a patient.
No, it was later than that. I don't know the exact date.
Can you give me an approximate year that you last saw her as a patient?
2008.
You didn't see this particular individual as a regular patient, is that correct?
After 2008?
Mhm.
No. I don't.
So you don't know anything about her medical history other than your association with her as a close family friend?
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of her testimony. She's already testified on this particular day. She does.
And I know that,
Your objection is, sustained. If you wanna act differently, Ms. Osmond.
I'll just move on. You stated that you took a pulse, is that correct?
I felt her pulse, yes.
Okay. What other type of assessment did you perform?
Looked at her, talked to her, touched her skin.
And what was your basis for providing her IV fluids?
To give her some comfort care because she was so ill. We didn't think she was gonna make it. And
Did you consider calling an ambulance at that time?
she refused. She would not go to the hospital. She did not want her family to see her like that. She didn't want her kids to see her that way. She said she was not leaving her home.
So you acknowledged today that you didn't document this, correct?
I do.
So we don't know what time you gave the first 1,000 cc's of IV fluids, correct? We don't know where those IV fluids came from other than you know that it was a particular friend. Correct? So can you give me an approximate time you gave the first 1,000 cc's of IV fluids?
One maybe.
So you got a text and phone call at 12:30, you went and got IV fluids and you were administering them by 1?
I don't know the exact time.
And you not knowing the exact time, would that be a
1:30,
reason that,
Probably 1:30 or so. I don't,
would that be a reason that medical records are a necessity in these type of situations? To document what happened and the times and the appropriate amounts and the
Yes.
vitals related to a patient care and assessment? Why that is the rule?
but we document what we do.
But you didn't
And
this
I don't-
time, correct?
I did not.
How many bags of fluids did you give?
She had 2 liters.
But we don't know what time during January 23rd, 2022, those 2,000
She
cc's.
had
Was
them
it two?
between 1 o'clock. and
Okay,
11
we'll have to
o'clock.
we'll have to go back and forth for the court reporter. Do you know what time, approximately, or let me go back. It was 2 bags. Were they both 1,000 cc's apiece?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get the second bag? Because you said you arrived with the first bag.
Went and got
You went and got it from where?
it. Another friend who works in the emergency room.
I assume this friend also gave you the Gelco and the tubing and
No, I did not restart that.
you just changed the bag out.
Correct.
Do you know or recall what time it was approximately that you gave the second bag of fluids?
No, I gave 2 liters of fluid between 1 and midnight.
And you left around midnight? So
And I
you,
took the IV out, put a Band-Aid on it, helped her get in bed,
you took the IV out?
took the Jelco out, the IV out.
Why did the coroner ask about the IV when he arrived the next day? What,
I don't know, I guess she saw where she had an IV. I took the IV out, put a Band-Aid on it, and some Coban. I did not leave it in. I did not leave the fluids hanging. She had the fluids started and stopped, and I took the IV out, and I helped her to bed.
and you left?
And I left.
Okay.
She wanted to go to bed, and her daughter was there.
In your statement, you say the coroner was there. The family, her daughters specifically thanked me numerous times for taking such good care of patient and for all I did for her. The coroner was there, asked about the IV, and I explained to her. So you think the coroner saw the Band-Aid on her hand?
She did. She saw she had a Band-Aid on.
Did you have access to IV fluids yourself?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I wasn't at work, and I don't have any IV fluids. I mean, I don't have any IV fluids at home. I did not have access to them.
But you have IV fluids at work?
Yes, but we don't, they put them in the machine or whatever and get them out.
Why did you not go to your place of employment and get the IV fluids?
I actually called the director of nursing and asked if there was a way that we could get her fluids.
And what did that director of nursing tell you?
He said that she would check on it because I see if they could write an order or whatever, but it just didn't. I just called until somebody answered me that had IV fluids.
But you didn't wait for an order?
I did not write an order, and she was checking on it, and she didn't get back with me. And then I gave the fluids.
And do you, going back to that question again, when was the second 1,000 cc's of fluids given? Do IV fluids require an order or prescription before the patient can receive fluids?
Yeah.
And is the reason today that you're not disclosing who you got the IV fluid bags from is because you know they would get in trouble for providing those to you?
I just feel like they care so much about.
So you knew what you asked them to do was wrong?
I just asked if they knew. I just asked people if they knew where I could get some IV fluids. And 2 people said yes.
I believe you testified previously that you have no intention of doing it again. Is that truthful? Was that a truthful statement?
Yeah, so, I mean, if they don't want to go to the hospital, then I won't be giving them any. You know, I've had people ask me stuff before, and I told them, go to the hospital or whatever, but I just, like I said, this was just this moment.
You treated this woman different because you loved her. Is that correct?
And all my patients, yeah, she's my mom, and I just wanted her to be comfortable.
What would you do differently if you could do this again?
Try to encourage her to go, but I knew she would not go, and I would just stay there with her.
I believe you testified that she looked very sick, and I believe it was characterized early as that she was on death's door.
From what I've seen, like all the experience I've had when I went in, she just wasn't, she was sick. She was so sick. I can't, yeah. She knew she was dying. She knew that, she knew she was dying. And I guess.
But you weren't there when she passed away, is that correct? And we just know that was sometime after midnight.
But her daughter told me she heard her pray until 12:30 or 1. Was what Tammy told me. She thought she went to sleep and she went in there the next morning.
So she was not a patient of yours, is that correct? She was a former patient that you had not seen since 2008, is that right? You aren't able to tell us when these fluids were administered today because you didn't document administration of those fluids, correct?
Exactly, correct.
You didn't order administration of those fluids, correct? But you could have ordered it. Is that true? But you didn't in this case. I have no further questions.
Redirect Mr. Hopkins.
I just didn't write an order for an IV, but based on your assessment, do you believe? And although you couldn't give an exact time, you administered 2 bags of IV fluids between approximately 1 p.m. Correct. And when you left at midnight on January 23rd, the second bag was in. You observed Sandy for 11 hours that day. You
Yes.
stay at her house between 11 and midnight that day.
No, I guess it was closer to 1 or 2.
PM or AM? What do you mean?
PM.
1 PM to midnight.
Or I don't know that. It was after she called me and I got fluids.
Approximately 1:30 PM you arrived. That's right or wrong?
Yeah.
And then you left at what time?
When I got the other fluids. And then I left at midnight.
Okay.
All left at midnight.
All right, so between approximately 1:30 PM and midnight, that is in our 11 hours, right?
Yes.
And during that period of time, did you observe Sandy throughout that time?
Yeah.
There's been no other occasion in 31 years where you went to someone's home and gave an IV. Is that right?
Correct.
Were there any other nurses in the home during that 11? No. All the questions I have.
Thank you. At this time, the members of the board hearing panel may have some questions for Ms. Trace. Start here to my right.
So, Trace, thank you for coming. This is obviously difficult, as it would be for any of us, I think. So I'm gonna ask you a few questions, and if you can respond, that would be great. It may be things that you think you've already covered, so it's just a matter of that I need some clarity. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, so, when you think about this individual, Sandy, do you think of her at that time as a patient, as a friend, as a family member, or something else?
I mean, she's my family member, but then seeing her like that, I just, wanted her, obviously, I wanted her to get better, but.
Okay, all right. Was there any debate among the family about you giving the IV fluids?
No.
And I just want to be clear, did the patient ask you directly?
She texted me, and when I got there, did you want these? And she said, yeah, and I started them.
Was she, in your opinion at the time, was she able to make autonomous decisions like that for herself?
Yeah, she wasn't going to the hospital. She was doing this, and she ate a little bit, but she just looked.
So you're in your assessment, she knew what she was asking for? All right. Did you have any trouble starting the IV? Your ER experience probably helped. So, I was thinking about her being dehydrated and so forth. So if you could just talk a little bit about what fluids did you give her?
There was some normal saline, and then I had some lactated layers.
Okay. So, what assessment did you make after, did you make an assessment after the first bag of fluids infused?
Yeah, I mean, I just continually assessed her because I didn't leave, and I did check her pulse again. And I mean, her pulse was actually like weaker and just sick. And
So after the first bag of fluids, her pulse was weaker. What?
like it was irregular, and she was just, like I said, I don't know what was wrong with her.
Right.
But she had syncopal episodes, and she wouldn't be evaluated for it. And
Right.
and then after having the nausea, she had the irritable bowel, and she gets this diarrhea and that, and she hadn't eaten. Her sisters had been there, and they said she won't eat. She hadn't eaten. She eats diarrhea.
Right.
That's an ongoing thing that she's had forever. The diarrhea.
So what made you determine that she needed a second bag of fluid?
And she had to go to the bathroom. She just looked dry in her mouth, and she was just weak. We had to help her get to the, up to go to the bathroom. We had to help her. We had to get her, She was pretty, us getting her there,
So you left to go get a second bag of fluids, came back, administered those. Then what was your assessment after the second bag of fluids?
She was just moaning, not feeling good. And I asked her if she was hurting, and she said no. And I just want to go to bed, and we just put her, she said, I'm waiting on the leave. And then we just put her in the bed. She was still just moaning, but I was like, are you hurting? And she said no. And I mean,
Do you think the fluids helped her at all?
She went to the bathroom once, but urinated, voided, but she maybe needed more fluids. I just don't know if anything really would have helped her, to be honest.
I hear you. Do you think that what you did harmed her?
No, I'm not.
So when you left her that night, and when you all left, except I think her daughter, you said was with her, how did she seem to you?
She seemed ill. She didn't seem very well. That's when I called my son. I said, you need to come see Sandy. Because she is so sick.
Okay.
And we got all around the bed and she had each one of us, she just wanted to be prayed for. And we had a prayer. And then we all left.
Okay, the only, I think the other question I have is that as you were trying to secure IV fluids for her, you called your collaborating physician. And
I
your,
texted her and asked her if she had fluids at her clinic, and she said no, or she said she's not available. I don't know if she was out of town. She just said, I'm not available, and she didn't, and she didn't have them.
did you talk with her about why you needed them?
I did.
And what did she say?
She just said she didn't have them, and if she did, she could have given them to me.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
So again, can you tell me, and I think you've already said this, but if you'll repeat it for me, please. Who was present at the time you were there in the home?
Her sister, Mary, her sister Sherry, one of her daughters, Tammy, myself, and the preacher, Tim.
There wasn't a big crowd.
No, she didn't want anyone. She wouldn't let anybody else from the church come over.
So my next question is this: you've been a nurse practitioner for a long time and a nurse for a long time. So I know the answer to these, but I want your opinion of these, okay? Or I know my perspective. In your opinion, do you consider hydration a comfort measure?
But I think she asked it more for her sisters because they wanted her to go. So I was just trying to comfort everybody. And I think she knew it wasn't going to help, but they wanted her to go to the hospital. They were very adamant about her going, and she said no, but I'll do the fluids for y'all. That's what she told me.
So would you agree that dehydration can lead to death? And you told us, from what I understand, your testimony is she was having bouts of diarrhea. She had irritable bowel, probably pretty severe diarrhea, which could possibly lead to dehydration.
Yes. And she had COVID, like everybody in the church, they had COVID, so they stopped church and they got better. She didn't, because she just was immunocompromised, I guess, from irritable bowel and whatever else she had.
Okay. So, and it's your testimony that she asked you specifically for fluids.
Yes, I have a text. I still have the text.
Did you consider what you did a heroic measure or a comfort measure for her?
I just thought I was helping her and the family, and I just wanted her to better.
So you've been a nurse a long time.
Yes.
You've seen people as they're getting well. You've seen people as they're probably imminent death.
Yes.
And so when you did your assessment visual, we know you don't have any paperwork, but when you did your visual assessment of her, your assessment was
That she was ill, that she was, going to bed. I mean, she was so
dying.
sick. I started crying. I mean, when I saw her, I just told Tim, I said, she just doesn't look good. She's just not gonna fare well. I didn't think she was gonna, when she didn't.
So with that assessment, was it your opinion that she needed these fluids? If anything was going to help her, that was the starting point? Is that what I'm understanding?
I even actually asked her if she would come to my work when I was working the next whatever. And she said no, she's not leaving her house.
Did anyone oppose you given the heroic measures?
No.
No one in the home opposed you given the heroic measures?
No one. And the next day, her daughters were there and everything, and they were just like, thank you so much for taking care of mom. And I was like, she's like my mom too. I mean, they were so thankful and grateful.
These are the same daughters that were there that night.
Only one daughter was there. Amy was the only daughter that was there. Her other daughter, Susan, wasn't there. She was working out of town.
Who's her other daughter?
Susan.
Okay. And so my last question is this. I understand that you checked her pulse, there's some irregularities, so on and so forth. I want to make sure I'm correct. It's your testimony that you gave these fluids from 1 p.m. to 12 midnight.
Over that period of time.
That's greater than 10 hours.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So you hung the fluids at a very slow pace.
Well, I mean, I wasn't been like a bolus, but
Sure.
it wasn't like, I didn't have a, but that's how long. And then I took that.
But even with a bolus, you can regulate it.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming with 2 bags of fluids over 10 hours, that's a pretty slow pace.
Yeah.
I think that's all.
Any additional questions? All right, the parties are ready. We can begin closing statements. Oh, I'm sorry. You have another witness?
I've got one more.
All right. Yes.
All right, we'll call Tim Scarborough.
All right. Thank you.
Please state your name.
Timothy Scarborough.
And what is your relationship to Sandy?
Sandy is my first cousin. Her mama and my mama were sisters.
Right.
So real close.
And how long have you known Lee to have a close relationship with Sandy?
Well, when Lee was born, Sandy probably took care of her. It was like a whole community, it's like a family. And so
she's known her. I'm gonna try to ask quick questions.
Right.
It is your opinion and your observation that Sandy has known Lee all of her life?
all of her life since she was born.
And what do you do for a living?
I got a machine shop.
Okay, do you do anything else other than that?
I pastored that same church for about 34 years.
All right, and the church you're referencing, I'm assuming, is the church that Sandy and all of Lee and the families all attend.
Absolutely.
And you've been their pastor for 30 plus years, right?
Yes.
And did you have a close relationship with Sandy?
Yes.
You've heard the testimony today about an event that occurred on January the 23rd of 2022, right?
Yes.
Did you observe Sandy on that day?
Absolutely.
And what is your opinion as to whether she was deathly ill on that day or not?
Well, what she wouldn't tell her sisters or anybody in the church, she confided in me a lot of confidential things, and I tried to get her to go to the doctor, but my whole family the same way. I don't like to go to doctors.
I'm sorry, he's trailing you.
Yeah, I've had a cold a little bit. But her mama was the same way. When it come time and got sick, they had to haul her mama down there. But anyhow, Sandy had been sick for probably on and off about 3 years prior to this. And she wouldn't tell her sisters. She didn't want to know what was wrong with her. After she got, I forgot who diagnosed her, and her heart was going bad. And she come home and I asked her, what you want to do, sis? And she says, I'm going home. And we call that whenever you can go home, see the Lord, you know. So,
And she told you that on January 23rd of 2022?
well, that night after they left, or there was just, I think, 5 of us or so there. And so I asked her, I said, when we got her to bed, she was sitting in a recliner and I stayed sitting in front of her in case she wanted to tell me she's getting real weak. I knew I felt she wasn't going to make it through the night. And Lee had come. She stated that the only way that she would take anything if Lee would do it, and it'd have to be in her house. And I said, sis, you dehydrated. And I'm not a doctor. I'm just seen a lot of death and things in my life. But I said, you haven't eaten. You've been sick. I said, you got to have some fluids. And she only stated that if Lee did it. So I called Lee, and the next thing I know, Sandy, she could barely text, and she texted her. I said, you'll have to tell her. I can't tell her to do this. So
Did Sandy recently have COVID during that period of time?
she did.
And numerous people in your church had COVID during that period of time?
Most of them did,
You
yes.
had to close the church for a period of time because of COVID?
We did, on safety things,
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination, Ms. Olson.
No, Your Honor.
At this time, if there are any questions from the board or this witness.
Any questions?
Thank you. Does that conclude your defense?
I rest.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, we'll have closing statements. Begin with you, Ms. Austin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today, you've heard evidence that Mrs. Drace gave IV fluids without documentation or orders to do so, and that those IV fluids were from unknown sources and were not ordered to be administered to the individual at that individual's home. She's violated several provisions of the nursing practice law, and I would request the board consider all disciplinary options available to it under 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
Hopkins.
I may not be able to be that quick, but if you'll bear with me, I'll do it as fast as I can. Dr. Stewart gave a great prayer this morning, and in my opinion, I hope I don't offend any of you people, but I always view a nurse as a good mother, one that is compassionate and that wakes up every day to take care of their children and their patients and all of those that come into their care. Lee's done that for 31 years, and she finds herself before this tribunal in an unfortunate way, in my opinion. Certainly, we all have rules to follow, and if you don't follow the rules, then you've got to come state why you didn't do that. Some reasons I'm sure you guys here are better than others, but I had a recent opportunity to administer scheduled narcotics to my father on his deathbed and to give him morphine, and why I got that job, I don't know. But I will say this, it's not one I want. I don't ever want to do it again. And those were prescribed narcotics, and I understand I'm not a nurse. I don't fall under the Nursing Act. But the point I'm trying to make to you is I know all of you have done it on a regular basis to take care of dying people. It's much more complicated to take care of a dying person when it's your mother or your family. And Lee's come here. She's come here honestly. She's told you exactly what she did. She told you that she didn't document it, but she showed up. She did do an assessment. She has 31 years of training. She's qualified to make the assessments that she made. The medication that she prescribed, again, I'm not downgrading the level of medication, but it was an IV, one that I think that you can get other places than just being prescribed, although that's what your rules require. She stated that she didn't get them there. I don't think she testified that she asked somebody to get her something from a facility or anything like that. She asked, does anybody have these? She first saw it from her doctor. They didn't have them. One wasn't available. And so she made the decision to administer the IV fluid. She did it over a period of 10 to 11 hours. After she made the assessment, she gave a second bag of fluid after she made a following assessment. She documented in her statement, she told you today what she observed. She's told you the relationship that she had with this person. The fact that when she was a single mother, this woman basically helped her raise her kids so she could work, finish her job, get her education, make her life better. And she got to watch her on her dying bed and tried to comfort her. Are these violations to your nursing act? You get to make those decisions. I would tell you that your own nursing act has some exceptions, and those have been brought to your attention today. And I think they are part of your nursing act for a reason. I think if you're qualified, and you can even prescribe an IV and you attempt to do so and you can't get them by other means, she did what she felt was right on that occasion. She's told you that she wouldn't do it again. She's told you she's never done it before. I think she's come here again, being very frank with you, and told you all of these things. And I would ask that you consider the one day in her 31 years of practicing as a nurse, and give her the leniency that you think she deserves, and to allow her to practice another 31 years and take care of kids and families and patients, as she has for 31 years without a single complaint. I don't have anything more to say. You see, she's here. She's answered your questions, and that's what I would ask of the board. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2022-0204 involving licensee Lee Price, license number R-784087NP. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to deliberate on case number 2022-0204.
Make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make the motion to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, the board is in executive session. I have no time frame for them. They will return with their announcement, but you can wait on that if you want to, or you can wait to receive it in the mail, your written order in the mail.
Melissa King, nurse practitioner.
Jeremy Cummins.
Mary Stewart.
All right, I will announce the board's decision in case number 2022-0204. Licensee, Ms. B. Drace, license R-784087. The board issues a letter of concern. So, letters of concern, the official notice to you as the licensee citing specific violations of the act. And they are considered non-disciplinary and not reportable, but they are considered public information. Number 2020-0351 involving licensee Jason Foster, license number R-914238. Good morning. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This time I ask the members of the board hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Dr. Melissa King, nurse practitioner.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Henry Stewart, RN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee Mr. Jason Foster present? Okay, Mr. Foster, you have to speak into the microphone. We have a court reporter.
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Foster, are you represented by counsel? And because you're not represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you. Do you understand you have a right to have an attorney represent you during this hearing today?
Yes.
And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf today?
Yes.
And do you understand you have the right to have this board issue subpoenas on your behalf today?
Yes.
And do you understand the severity of the charges pending against you, such that the outcome of this hearing could be revocation of your license?
Yes.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed without counsel representation? This time I ask individuals in attendance that will give testimony today to state your name for the record. Jamie Roberts and
Oshina Jones.
Roshina Jones. We do have a court reporter transcribing everything we say today. So at this time, I'll ask the court reporter to swear you both of the witnesses in.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Foster, will you be giving a statement today?
Will you testify?
Yes.
All right, raise your hand as well. So she can swear.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, and are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We asked that exhibits B1 through B10 be entered into evidence.
And Mr. Foster, do you have any objection to these exhibits being admitted into today's record?
No.
All right, the records are admitted. We'll proceed as follows. We'll begin with opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. If the parties are ready to proceed, we can begin at this time with opening statements, starting with board counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Foster was sent for a for-cause drug screen after it was discovered that an Ativan was charted as given twice to a patient who only stated receiving one dose. A video reviewed by the facility revealed that Mr. Foster never entered the room at the time the second dose was charted as given. His drug screen was positive for benzos. In his statement, Mr. Foster admits to taking the Ativan from the facility after he suffered withdrawal symptoms. He also stated that the following day he entered rehab. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, the board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Mr. Foster as it sees fit. Thank you, Your Honor.
You can give a brief opening statement. It's just an overview of the evidence you plan to submit in support of your defense.
Let's see, I really don't have any evidence. I'm kind of here to just an admission of all that's against me.
Okay, we will, you don't have to give an opening.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, you don't have to, yeah, we'll begin with board counsel's case in chief, and then you'll have an opportunity. All right, so Mr. Walker, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Oshina Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
My name is Oshina Jones. I'm resident is Hines County. My place of employment, Mississippi Board of Nursing as an investigator.
And how long have you worked at the board as an investigator?
12 years.
And is it part of your duty at the board to investigate complaints that come in to the board?
That is correct.
If you would, turn to page 4 and you ID that document for us.
Page 4 is the Mississippi licensure verification.
And who's that verification for?
Jason Lamar Foster,
And when was Mr. Foster first licensed in Mississippi?
October the 3rd, 2019,
What was he licensed
as
as?
a RN.
Or if you would, let's go over to page 8 and for the record, identify that document as well.
Page 8 is the complaint.
We tell the charges that are against Mr. Foster in that complaint, please.
Charge 1, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1H, in that respondent is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual user of narcotics, habituates, amphetamines, hallucinants, or other drugs having similar effects, or has misappropriated any medication and or. Charge 2, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1 and L, and that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in this rule, namely 30 Mississippi Administration Code, Part 2820 R 1.2 F1, practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substance, as evidenced by any of the following: a positive screen for alcohol, and an illegal substance or unauthorized medication, and or. Charge 2, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1 and 1, in that respondent engages in unprofessional conduct identified by the board in its rules, namely 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820 R 1.2 H, misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment, and or. Charge 4, respondent violated Mississippi annotated Code annotated 731529-1 in that respondent engages in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820 R 1.2 R, possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. And or. Charge 5, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1G, in that respondent has falsified or in a repeated negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Can you flip over to page 19 for us, please?
Page 19.
Yes, ma'am. Can you tell the board what that document is?
It is a fit for duty checklist.
And what employee is named on that fitness for duty checklist?
The employee name,
Yes, ma'am.
Jason Foster.
And so is this a checklist for when and why the facility was doing a drug screen?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the page, what does it say the reason for that drug screen? Why does it say it was given?
Noted Ativan 2 milligram charted as given 2 times of 316 and 318. The patient states only receiving 1 time. Upon watching security tapes, Jason does not enter the patient's room at the time the second Ativan dose was charted as given.
So according to this, they drug tested him because they didn't see where he gave the medication. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is why they did the drug screen. Is that also correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So let's go back to page 14.
Okay.
Can you tell us what this is?
14 is a urine drug screen result.
Who's named on that drug screen results as the donor?
Jason Foster.
And can you tell us what the results of that test are?
According to this, he was positive for benzodiazepine and lorazepam.
Okay. All right, let's flip over 2 more pages back to page 12.
Okay,
Can you tell us what this is?
this is respondent's email statement to me.
And are you familiar with this statement?
I am.
In his statement, what does he say happened to him while he was at work?
He stated that he was shaken and having withdrawal symptoms while at work.
So he started having withdrawal symptoms while he was at work.
Uh-huh.
And does he say what he did because of those symptoms he was having?
Yes, he decided to take an Ativan, a lorazepam.
And when was this statement sent to you?
June the 7th, 2023.
Okay, so that at that time, that's when he admitted to you that he diverted.
That is correct.
Okay. Does he say why he went to rehab or that he went to rehab?
Yes, it was because he had alcohol problem.
So according to his statement, he had an alcohol problem.
Yes,
And does he also admit in his statement that he diverted from the facility?
yes.
I have no further questions for you, Your Honor.
Mr. Foster, at this time, you can cross-examine this witness and ask her any question, ask her questions, any questions you may have at this time. Don't have any for her? Or do you have something?
I really don't have anything. I don't believe.
Okay. All right, members of the board hearing panel, do you have any questions for this witness? Do you release the witness? I mean, are you?
Attend to the witness, Your Honor.
You can call your next witness.
I rest, Your Honor.
All right, also at this time, the board has concluded its case, and now this is your opportunity to defend yourself against the charges pending against you. And you can also ask your witness questions. And Mr. Walker may have some questions for you, and the board may have some questions for you.
Would this be a time where I can explain why
Yes.
I did what I did and all that kind of stuff? Okay. Well, the statement kind of says my backstory and everything, but I had lost everything in my life. You know, my kids lost everything and came to Mississippi to start over. During that time, developed a pretty bad alcohol problem, you know, in my mid to late 30s. And it got to a point where I was at work and just I was shaking uncontrollably. And due to my mental state at that time, that's why I did what I did. I mean, I was severely depressed, you know, on the brink of suicide. And I've built my life back up from then. And that was 4 years ago, you know, and I've built my life back up and I'm in a good place. I would never make a decision like that now. Like that was, I don't even know who that person was back then. I mean, I wouldn't make that decision. I've never taken anything before and I haven't since then. And, you know, I've been working 4 years. In fact, my job now, I'm not even around any narcotics. You know, we have no access to them, you know. But that's pretty much it. I would never make that decision under a right, you know, state of mind. And yeah. So I'm just begging for leniency. Oh, yeah, and also wanted to say that I did self-report the day of the drug test. Like I typed in and self-reported and said I was going to rehab and everything. So I didn't want it to look like that I didn't admit anything until 3 years later. Like I self-reported in an email the day after it happened. So I just wanted y'all to know that too, that, you know, it's not like that I tried to like brush this under the rug like it didn't happen, you know. But
Mr. Walker may have some questions for you now.
Okay.
Mr. Foster, will you state your name, your residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Yeah, my name is Jason Foster. I live in Summerall, Mississippi, and I currently work at Samurai.
What is that?
That's oh god, southeastern what is it? Southeast Mississippi Rural Health Initiative. So the big long.
What is it that you do? there?
Samurai. So I got hired on to be the nurse manager of the mobile unit that they have. It's like a mobile clinic that they brought it, they had built in an RV to make it a mobile clinic, and we're supposed to be going to like housing authorities and all that kind of stuff to provide healthcare for people that can't get, to the doctor and all that kind of stuff. But it keeps getting pushed back. So as of right now, I'm in Lamar County schools, doing exams and physicals and all that stuff with the kids of Lamar County.
So your employer is
Clinic nurse.
you're a clinic nurse?
Yeah.
That's but you're employed by Samurai?
Samurai, yeah.
Samurai. But you working at the Lamar County schools through
Samurai. Yeah, Samurai is in the schools down there. So.
Okay. How long you been doing that?
About 3.5 months. Before that, I worked at a nursing home for like 3 years.
Where were you at before I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Bedford Care, and it's in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
That was the nursing home you were at?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Where were you at before the Bedford Care nursing home?
Wesley.
Wesley. Was that a nursing home as well?
No, that's where this happened. This is the hospital.
Okay.
Yeah.
When were you first licensed?
Like as a nurse?
Yes, sir.
January 3rd of 2012.
What were you licensed as then?
An RN.
We have you licensed as October of 2019.
That's when I got my Mississippi.
I got you.
license.
So where were you first licensed at?
Georgia.
Okay. Did you have any had you had any issues before this incident happened in 2020?
No, I've never had anything happen against my license.
Have you had any disciplinary action or any complaints filed against you or any other facilities you worked at?
Not to my knowledge, no. That may have been worded wrong, but no, I haven't.
So you said that you went through you were depressed pretty bad?
Yeah, severely.
And this was when was that?
2019 through 6 months ago.
So were you seeing somebody?
Yeah, I'm new. I actually have gotten the correct treatment for my my mental condition in September of last year. And finally, they figured out what I actually have and prescribed me the correct medication, and it's made a night and day difference. Night and day.
How often do you is it a counselor or a therapist that you see?
I've seen a counselor a few times, but it's actually just my primary care physician. Kind of found out about it.
And what are you taking now?
I take Vraylar now for bipolar.
And so is this when you got diagnosed? Is September of this last year?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had before this incident? What led to? Because in your statement you allude to that you said earlier that you were in a bad spot. What can you talk about? What led to that?
Yeah, I was living in Alaska and working up there, and my wife and I were getting a divorce, and I was trying to help her out by letting her stay there, and she basically, while I was at work, pretty much stole all my money and kidnapped my kids and took them back to Georgia without my knowledge. And that's how I wound up in Mississippi, to coming down here to be closer to try to get custody of them. And I do have custody of them since I've been down here, so.
And just for a timeline, when did that happen?
That happened in March. I got down here in March of 2019.
Did you drink or use any type of drugs before that?
No. I mean, casually, like at events, like socially, I would drink a beer or two, but the problem didn't happen until down here in Mississippi when I was going through it.
So that your testimony is that you started heavily drinking in
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
So what happened with the Ativan? Had you ever taken Ativan before?
No, but actually when my dad died, they gave me like a week's worth. But that's not why that I took it. It's just being an ER nurse. I know how DTs or withdrawals from alcohol are treated. And that's why I made the stupid decision to take it.
Have you ever diverted any drugs before from a facility?
No,
This is your only time?
the only time.
What led to you going to, because then you alluded that you went to rehab, and I know we have a statement in the exhibits, or not a statement, but saying when you were in rehab, what led to you going to rehab?
I honestly think taking that Ativan was a cry for help. Simply because looking back on it, like why would you document it twice unless you were looking to get caught, And I just think that was a cry for help. And then when all that went down, it was just like, that's when I finally had to face it and just be like, you have a major problem that you need to take care of, or else you're going to kill yourself, from drinking. So that's why I went.
So you did document, I guess like the drug test said, you did document it twice that you gave it, but you took the second dose? Is that
from what I remember? That's what happened. Yeah.
What do you have a date of sobriety?
I do, but I'm not going to sit up here and say that I haven't had, a slip up or two along the way. But whenever I've slipped up, I've went to the doctor and got straight again, but I've got about 6 months.
You would say 6 months was the last time you had a drink?
Yeah, last time that I had a drink.
When you say slip up, are you referring to alcohol?
Yeah, I'm talking about to alcohol.
Like drinking in excess or just having a drink?
Having too many drinks. I wouldn't say, drinking to I black out, but just enough to where I know where it's going. That makes sense. It's hard to explain unless you dealt with it, but just I know where it's going to end up if I don't stop myself. So,
Do you consider yourself to be an addict, or do you think you have a drinking problem?
yes, I'm an alcoholic. I mean, I'm going to have that for the rest of my life. Battle with for the rest of my life.
You have a sponsor?
Not currently. I've kind of fallen out of AA a little bit. I need to get back in, but I have frequented a lot of AA meetings. Usually my work schedule is what makes it hard to get to them.
So you don't attend regular meetings or have a regular sponsor, is that what?
I have had one. His name was Jacob, and I'm sure I can still call him, but I've fallen out of going to AA since I've started this new job.
If the board ordered you to attend meetings and have a sponsor and even do drug screens, is that something that you would be willing to do?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Do you think that you can practice nursing safely?
I can. It's not. Yeah, I've never put patients at risk, because of me.
You never been on the job under the influence?
Well, the time when I took the Ativan, but yeah, no, not after that. As far as drinking, no, I've never drank at work. No, ever.
I've got no further questions, John.
Members of the hearing panel, do you have any questions for Mr. Foster?
I do. So Mr. Foster, thanks for your, being here and being honest and, answering some of our questions. So this documentation, fitness for duty form that we've talked about, it says that you charted the Ativan is given 2 times. Patient said he only received it once, and it was 2 different dates. They say 3/16 and 3/18. So did this happen? Help me understand that.
Yeah, where's that?
It's exhibit B8. It's on our page 19.
Oh, no. Huh? That was. Yeah.
I can't hear what she's
Oh,
saying.
no, I'm
either.
sorry. I'm not aware of doing it more than once.
So it's your testimony that it was one day,
Yeah,
charted it
one day.
twice, and you took one for yourself.
Yeah, that only happened once, and that was, I don't know what date it was on between the 16th and 18th, but yeah, well, I only did that one time.
Is it possible that you just don't remember?
I mean, 4 years ago, I mean, it's possible, but I feel like I would remember that because that's a big deal for me.
So, so then the patient, if you can remember, the patient, was he prescribed 2 Ativan at a time and you just took one for yourself and the patient got one?
No, from what I remember, he was prescribed it like as needed.
So the patient needed it one time, called out for it, and you gave it.
Yeah, I
And
didn't
then-
want to actually take it from the patient, if that makes sense.
Right,
I
so
mean,
let me just be clear. So the first time the patient called out, needed it, you gave it. Did the patient call out the second time?
No, that's where I took it upon myself.
Okay, so you just documented that the patient took it, but it's your recollection that the patient didn't technically need it at the time?
No, he didn't need it at the time. I wouldn't have took it from a patient that needed it. That sounds bad, but under the circumstances, yeah, I wouldn't have. If somebody really needed it, I wouldn't have done what I did, you know.
Okay. So, and I believe council's already asked this, but in terms of being intoxicated or under the influence of alcohol or anything else while you were taking care of patients, it sounds as if this time around 2019 was very difficult.
That was the worst of it.
And so, and you were heavily drinking, I think is what you said. So
Nightly, not all day or anything like that, but heavily drinking at night.
where you would pass out?
No, I mean, yeah, the end result was going to sleep, but I mean, I wouldn't say that I would, you know what I mean, like black out and wake up on the floor or anything like that. You know, it was always still like a bedtime, going to sleep and everything.
So your testimony is that you would go to work perhaps the next day, but you were not under the influence of alcohol. You're not drunk so
No.
much that you think. it was
No, no.
Did anybody ever, they didn't test you for that, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so it just seems, and help me if I'm wrong here, in a period where you were drinking heavily, it wasn't until this event that you said it was kind of a wake-up call.
Well, that, and I've been thinking about going to rehab for a long time. It's just me not having a support system at all. It's just me at that time down here alone. I didn't have, I didn't have the means to go. And then when this happened, I found means to go. Now I lost there, I lost my place where I lived and all that kind of stuff, but I did go. But I came back from that homeless again. So
Okay. Just a second.
and may I ask a question or no?
Ask me a question?
Or well, I have a witness. I didn't know.
Oh,
Yes, yes. Once they finish
Okay.
questioning you, then you can,
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no, we're glad you asked. So in September of 2023, you said that you had an accurate diagnosis of bipolar disease and you are on the appropriate treatment.
Yes.
And you've not had any mishaps since then.
No, I have not.
So in addition to taking the appropriate medication for this diagnosis, what else do you do on a regular basis to stay healthy?
Since it may not look like it, but since like March of last year, I got back into the gym and I've lost, like 50 pounds. And staying active, going to the gym is kind of like, I don't want to say replace AA because I need to go to AA too, but that's what I've been doing to keep myself straight, is making sure I go to the gym and at least do something every day.
Okay.
So, but when all that was happening, I was not active. I was sleeping, this sounds weird, but 12, 14, 16 hours at a time. And that I was doing that up until September, where I would work all my days in a row. And then there were some times where I'd sleep like 20 hours straight. I mean, you're not supposed to be able to do that. And when I started that medication, that it knocked that completely out. I sleep 7 or 8 hours a night and feel like a human again after all that I've been through.
How old are your kids?
My son is 16 and my daughter is 18, about to be 19.
Are they in Lamar County schools?
My daughter just moved out. That's a whole nother story, but she's out of the house, and my son he's in Summerall. So yeah, Lamar County.
Okay, so just to be clear, in addition to the medication and physical activity, what other supports do you have to stay well?
My fiance.
Okay. And in addition to her?
My son. I didn't have custody when I was going through all this. This is when I didn't have custody, and I'd never been a night away from my kids my whole life up until that point. But yeah, getting custody of him has helped me out a lot to sort myself out.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So for me, I only have just 2 questions. So when this occurred, was it at Bedford at the long-term care unit?
This right here? No, that's at Wesley.
Or was that Wesley? If you're allowed to continue practicing, what is your intention? Do you plan on staying at Samurai or?
I plan on staying at Samurai as long as the mobile unit is going to come to fruition. We already have it. It just keeps getting pushed back. But yeah, I may look for somewhere else, if they keep pushing it back and it looks like that they're just not going to start it, because that's what I got hired on to do, and that's what excited me about the job.
So what would be your preferred area of practice?
Probably, I kind of like the clinic nursing. I've never done it until 3 months ago, and I kind of like that. So I'd probably stay in clinic somewhere.
Mr. Foster, thanks for being here. I know we have a lot of questions, and I think you've probably answered some of them, and then they're in your statement, but I just want to make sure that I have the timeline correct. So got licensed in Mississippi in 2019. This occurrence was in 2020. Whenever you were going through all of that, but you weren't seeing a clinician of any sort at that point whenever you got here. And it was that one time?
Yes.
And this is the only disciplinary?
Yes, I've never been disciplined at all in any of the places that I work.
Have you already investigated AA places that you would be able to enroll in? So if the board says, we decide that you're able to practice, have you already researched the areas that you would be able to go to AA meetings if that was?
Yeah, I have a home meeting that I frequent it a lot, and that's where I would go back to, you know. I need to go back to it anyways, but you know.
And so September is maybe. I'm counting September. So you would say from 2019 until 2023, like you can't even talk about a sobriety time during that time. So your sobriety,
Oh yeah. There were big chunks of sobriety. It's just when I say I slip up, it would be like one night where I slip up, and then I get back on track the next morning. Does that make sense? Like I slip up, and then I'm like, okay, I gotta, you know. But most of the time was sober, you know, just with 3 or 4 slip ups, you know, throughout that period of time. So
but no slip ups for 6 months.
yeah. Mhm.
And you feel like that your support system that you just outlined for Dr. Stewart is sufficient to keep you in the place that you are today with your addition of your medication?
With the addition of the medication, yeah, that's been a lifesaver for me. I mean, they've been here. It's not like they haven't been here for me, but the medication, you know, it was a hard pill to swallow having to take medication like that, you know, an antipsychotic like that. And once I got past once I got past the thing of actually having to be on that medication, I realized that it actually helped. I mean, you could ask her, my life's completely turned the right way since I started taking it.
Dr. Stewart may have asked this, and I don't know. When did you get custody of your kids?
How long has he been here? About July was a year. So yeah, about like 18 months ago, something like that.
Mr. Foster, you can call your second witness at this time.
Okay. The verbiage to that.
Just ask her any questions, or she can start out with a statement.
I'm just here as his support, but kind of a character witness.
And can you say your name, please?
It's Jamie Roberts. I'm a nurse also. I've been an LPN almost 20 years in the state of Mississippi. I met Jason in May of 2019. And so I could tell where his state of mind was when I first met him. Very depressed, very down, you know, fighting to become a nurse again because he had to not become a nurse again, but he had to get his license transferred from Alaska to here. And it's a process and it takes a while. And his alcoholism, I didn't know about it at first. He, you know, eventually he did disclose it to me. He was living with a friend, basically sleeping on the couch. He got his nursing license. He moved into his own place. He was able to purchase a vehicle. And even just that self-esteem boost helped him after everything he had went through. And I know he's told me everything. He's not kept anything from me. You could still tell there was some depression. The alcoholism did build until the point where the incident happened. He did go to rehab. He came back. He was better. He did move into sober living. Lived in sober living like a year. I want to say about a year. He did live in sober living, participated in the things that he had to do there, the AA meetings. When he did move out, he did continue with the AA meetings for a time. And then now his work schedule's kind of hard. And plus, between he and I, we have 5 kids. They keep us busy. But I kept telling him, you're depressed. You have some mental issues you need to handle. It's a hard thing for a man to come to grips with that. I did get him to come and see the provider with Samurai in Summerall, Dr. Coleman. I talked to Dr. Coleman. I was like, here's what he's going through. He needs some help. He started the Vraylar, and within a week, he went from sleeping 20 hours a day, not wanting to get up, not wanting to eat, going to work, coming home, and doing nothing. I'd say within a week or two of being on the medication, he was coming to kids' sporting events, football games. He was going to the gym, coming to church with my kids and I, a completely different person. The person that he is now is completely different, and I do not see him doing the same things that he did back in March of 2020. As he said, he self-reported, he went to rehab. He's done a lot of good things in medicine and with Samurai. He's trying, he just wants a second chance to keep nursing. And that's all I had to say.
Ms. Roberts, board counsel, Brandon Walker may have some questions for you.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
And now the board may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. So how did the two of you meet?
Online.
When did you first realize that he had a substance abuse problem, alcohol problem?
He told me about it. We met the very end of May of 2019. I would say probably mid to late July of 2019.
He told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so have you ever seen him at any time? Have you ever seen him under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
Not drugs, because other than the Ativan, he does not do drugs. Alcohol, there has been a few occasions. Back at around when this happened, when it was the tipping point, like, okay, you need to get some help. If you want us to continue, you need to get some help. I have 3 kids. I'm not going to bring that into my home. I don't drink. I'm not ever been a drinker. I don't do drugs myself. So I told him, I said, if you want this to continue, then you need to get help. And that's when it kind of started. And then since he's been on the Vraylar, it's been a complete difference. So we've been engaged. And
so for about 2.5, 2 3/4 of a year, you did not witness him under the influence of alcohol when you kind of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but when you kind of said, I'm putting my foot down.
The few we don't live together, so it's kind of hard to say. Now there has been a few times where he's broken down. He will admit it. He knows that I can call him out on it. I can tell it in his personality. I can tell by the way we're on the phone. I'll call him out on it, and he knows it. So.
Were you ever, as a nurse, you told us that you're an LPN. As a nurse, was there any time that you thought, I would not want him to be working in this condition?
Probably back in the early part of 2020, he would not go to work under the influence. As far as his mental health, yes, I was worried. But as far as him going to work, under the influence of anything, no. He never wanted to put any, and still doesn't want to put patients in harm's way. When he would drink, he would make sure it's enough hours, spaced out where he would not be under the influence by the time he went.
Okay, so I think we're all concerned. It's a relatively short period of time, and that things seem to have been in order. And so and having 5 kids, I cannot imagine. I have one that makes me nuts. So, if he's required or just to go to meetings and as Mr. Walker said, to be drug tested and to be limited in terms of his employment areas, is that something you guys are gonna be able to manage?
I'll drive them to the AA meetings. I've done it before. I'll do it again.
Okay. Is that something you'd be able to manage?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
said I wanted to stay clinical anyway. You know, that's has nothing to do with.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions?
Oh, one more quick question. Sorry. I said I was done and I wasn't. Whenever you went into the rehab, I guess you were there for 30 days inpatient and they sent that, did they actually do a formal chemical and psychological evaluation at that point that we could be provided, or?
I asked them and they told me that they couldn't find anything that's why that they wrote the letterhead, but it also took about 8 months to get them to call me back too. So I'm not putting anything past them, but I mean, I'm sure that they had to have.
So did they diagnose you with alcoholism? Is that whenever you came to realization, or did you say, I'm an alcoholic and I got a problem? And so
Oh no, I diagnosed myself.
So they didn't do anything to confirm that from your perspective?
I'm sure that yeah, I mean, they told me that I was an alcoholic, but I mean, I already knew it anyways, you know, but I'm sure that I mean, cause we were with, you know, counselors and or yeah, therapists, you know, the whole time we were there and doing one-on-one sessions. So I'm sure that they did, you know.
So if you were able to continue to practice and we asked you to have a board approved chemical dependency and psychological evaluation that we could have with an assessment, would you be willing to do that?
Yes.
Any additional questions? If there aren't any, Mr. Foster, do you want to do you have any additional questions for your witness here, or do you have any other witnesses you want to put on, or do you rest your case now?
I rest my case.
And so now we'll start with closing statements, beginning with Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse if that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Mr. Foster, by his own admission, has committed several violations of the Nurse Practice Act. He diverted medication and falsified charts. He then entered himself into rehab. Mr. Foster does not deny his actions for his violations of the Nurse Practice Act and the rules and regulations properly promulgated by the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Mr. Foster is subject to discipline by this board. As such, we respectfully ask the board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Mr. Foster. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Foster, can you give your closing statement now? The final parting words to the board before they make their decision.
If you guys give me the opportunity to make, that's all I'm asking, is just an opportunity to make what I did right. You know, just to make everything right. And I promise you that I will do whatever is asked of me. So that's it.
And before we conclude, is there an objection to the exhibits admitted into this record, to the redaction of the social security numbers? I see some in the exhibits.
No objection to that.
Objection to that. And Mr. Foster, is there an issue? Do you have an objection to the social security numbers identified on these records that have been admitted into the record being redacted?
No, I don't.
So the social security numbers are redacted from into the record for this hearing. And this concludes the hearing in case number 2020-0351. Licensee is Jason Foster. The licenses number is R-914238. The hearing is concluded. The board will make a decision today and announce that decision. It's just not gonna be right now. And so you can wait for that to hear the oral announcement today, or you can receive the written order in the mail.
Okay.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2020-0351.
Motion.
Is there a second?
I second Dr. King's motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Motion to go into executive session for deliberations and stated case.
And a second Dr. King's motion.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is in executive session, and I understand lunch is here, so maybe 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, so 30 minutes to an hour. Sometimes the board council will extend the courtesy to give you a call when they're ready to come out and announce, and the board is ready to come out and announce. So they may do that for you as well. The board is in executive session. panel to state their names.
Melissa King,
Sandy Culpepper.
Henry Stewart.
All right, I will announce the board's decision in case number 2020-0351 involving licensee Jason Foster, license number R-914238. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The penalty or the discipline imposed is the issuance of a restricted license for 60 months. There's a formal reprimand, you have a $500 fine to pay within 180 calendar days from the date the order is effective. Evaluations, a chemical dependency, and psychiatric evaluation, and then a number of other restrictions. But the gist of it is that the discipline imposed is a restricted license, which means your license is subjected to a lot of limitations that you must comply with. Quarterly reports, the evaluations I mentioned, payment of that fine, and all of that will be detailed in a written order that will be mailed to you, to your last known address that the board has on file for you. That's ultimately it. Do you have any questions?
No.
Do you understand? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
From 992, Miss Pearson. Yes, ma'am. Hiroshima Tillman. An LPN exam applicant. And this is an appeal of an administrative denial. I am Kristen Love. I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Dr. Melissa King, nurse practitioner.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Mary Stewart, RN.
Is the attorney, will the attorney represent the board? State your name for the record.
Deanne Salzman.
And Ms. Tillman, you are present today?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you represented by counsel?
I am.
And you wish to, do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes.
Do you wish to proceed without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I will ask the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today to identify yourself so that the court reporter can swear you in.
I'm Khadijah Pope,
Sorry, your first name.
Kadija.
Yeah, okay.
Ms. Tillman, will you give testimony today as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your hand.
We swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The board would request that B1 through B7 be marked and entered into evidence. And I believe the respondent has also submitted documents that we pre-marked R1 through R9 on her behalf to also be admitted into evidence today.
Do you have any objection to the exhibits the board counsel wants to have admitted into the record? All right. So the records are admitted, and for board counsel, do you have any objection to the records or exhibits to be admitted on behalf of the respondent?
No, Your Honor.
Those are admitted as well. We will proceed as follows. I understand this is your petition, Ms. Tillman, so you will begin. Ms. Salzman may have some questions for you, and the board as well. And then Ms. Salzman, as board counsel, will have an opportunity to present her arguments in relation to your petition filed or in support of the denial. So if you're ready to begin, you can do so now.
I am here because I had put no on a background question asking was I convicted of a misdemeanor, and I put no. At the time I was maybe 2021 when I took a charge for a family member, and no one really explained to me the deposition of the non-adjudication order or the fact that I entered into a plea guilty. Nobody ever explained it to me. I had asked on numerous occasions for someone to explain it to me, but it was never brought to my attention or never was answered at a reasonable time. But prior to this, I had got a letter from my probation officer at the time stating that I was not a convicted felon or convicted of anything. They just told me if I was asked if I was convicted, just put no. And I just been going along with it for all these years. But as far as trying to falsify anything, that's not of me to do, because I love my freedom and I don't want to hinder my life or my children's life any further than what we've been going through for the last almost 10 years.
Thank you, Ms. Tillman, for your opening statement. Ms. Salzman may have one now, and then I'll be back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are here today on Ms. Tillman's appeal of the administrative denial of her application for an LPN license. Her application was denied because she failed to disclose her participation in an agreed disposition program in the Circuit Court of Forest County on her application with this board. and because she has not yet complied with the terms of her 2015 order there by paying the $25,378 owed in restitution pursuant to the terms of that non-adjudicated sentence. The board ratified the denial of her application for licensure as an LPN at its October 6, 2023 meeting pursuant to Rule 1.9B. Mrs. Williams has now appealed the denial of her reinstatement application, and 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2825 or 1.9G, provides that in all administrative denial of licensure appeal proceedings, the applicant has the burden of proof to show any and all evidence that indicates why the administrative denial should be overturned. Because this is an appeal of an administrative denial, the burden is upon Mrs. Tillman today to show why the matter should be overturned. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Ms. Tillman. You can proceed with your case in support of your appeal. So you can either start with your witness or start with yourself, and then Ms. Salzman may have some questions for you once you complete your statement.
Yes, ma'am. I think it should be overturned or overruled because I'm currently working at a urgent care clinic making a little bit of $10 to $11 an hour, trying to maintain a household of 2 children. I'm currently on government assistance, trying to make a better living. I just graduated nursing school last year in May. I fought the 2 years to get my LPN license because of the life circumstances that I was going through, such as I failed the first, well, I ain't gonna say first semester, but the first go round, I failed out. And then the second go round, I had a C-section with my youngest child, so I had to drop. But I was dedicated to go back and forth to school. I have evidence, well, exhibits of my references. Exhibit R1, this is my letter stating why I should, like my application should be overturned and overruled because I accept responsibility and I accept the fact that I did not thoroughly ask questions about the board application, the board of nursing application when it comes down to my background question. As far as like my commitment, I'm very ethical. Like I said, I don't try to forge anything or try to falsify any documentation. I have letters of support saying why I should have my application overturned. I have people to support, for instance, in exhibit R2 on page 21. It was actually one of my instructors. She saw that how dedicated I was because I was driving from Hattiesburg, Mississippi to Hammond, Louisiana, 5 days a week for 4 months straight, trying to finish my senior semester of nursing school. Exhibit R3, page 22, is where I went to medical assistant school. I did that online, but I also did that out of state as well. And to this day, me, the admission coordinator, we're very close. I look up to him like a big brother that I never had. Exhibit R4 on page 23 is one of my former supervisors, how she spoke highly of me and how she saw potential in me becoming a nurse and how I was dedicated with hands-on care. Exhibit R5 on page 25 is where I worked with another LPN, you might well say another supervisor at the time, because I was a CNA, and she spoke highly of me as well as why I should become a nurse and why I should move forward and keep fighting. And exhibit R6 on page 26, which is Miss Khadijah Pope, who is here, and she can speak on my behalf of the experience that she had with me at Wesley.
Great, thank you. At this time, Ms. Salzman may have some questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you ever been previously licensed to work as a nurse?
I mean, only as a CNA.
Do you have previously been licensed as a CNA?
Yes, ma'am. I was once, my first year license was in 2016 as a CNA, 2018 as a certified medical assistant, 2019 as a phlebotomy tech, and 2023 as an LPN, well, practical nursing.
So take us again through your educational history. Where did you get your education for your LPN degree?
Starting in Bogalusa, Louisiana at North Shore, but I finished in Hammond, Louisiana,
And at what school?
North Shore.
North Shore, it's just in a different location,
Yes.
Louisiana. Okay. And when did you graduate from there?
May of 2023.
And did you then submit an application for licensure with the board?
Not for Louisiana, but for Mississippi, because that was my primary state.
Would, let's turn over to your licensure application. I think it's on page 5. May not be page 5. Hold on just a second, sorry. B3, page 5. Is this the application that you submitted to the Mississippi Board of Nursing requesting licensure as an LPN in this state? If you turn to that second page, page 6, under discipline, how did you answer the question, have you ever been convicted of, have you ever been convicted or found guilty or entered into an agreed disposition of any felony offense under the law?
I put no.
And have you ever been convicted of a misdemeanor or entered into any agreed disposition? How did you answer?
I put no.
And in 2015, did you enter into a non-adjudication agreement in Forest County?
As of now, yes, ma'am. That I was explained to, yes, ma'am.
Turn with me to page 8, it's exhibit B4. And I believe this is a copy of the denial letter that you were sent.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive this letter?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you're appealing today, is that correct? Okay. And the 2 reasons that were listed for denying your application were that you failed to disclose information on your application. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it also mentions that you've not completed or paid the restitution under the terms of your non-adjudication agreement. Is that correct as well? So why did you answer no in your application to have it entered into an agreed disposition?
As I stated earlier, when they asked, have I been convicted or entered into a plea guilty, I put no because nobody really explained to me the deposition of the charge.
You would please turn to exhibit B7. It's on page 14. And is this your order of non-adjudication, the first page of your order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you provide this to the board?
Yes, ma'am.
So you did have a copy of this order of non-adjudication, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see in that first paragraph where you pled guilty to the charges?
Yes, ma'am.
And the charge was false pretense in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 9717?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also see in the second paragraph where you entered a plea of guilty in exchange for 5 years of supervision under MDOC?
Yes, ma'am.
You complete certain conditions. And if you would also look at page 15, I don't believe this is in chronological order, but that's the end of the order. Under section O, did it require you to pay a fine in the amount of $2,500? Your non-adjudication order?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you pay that fine?
No, ma'am.
And did it also order you to pay restitution in the amount of $22,000?
Yes, ma'am.
You paid that amount?
No, ma'am. I paid on it, but I haven't paid all of it.
And if you would, looking at page 16, I believe that's the very last part of that order. Did you sign and agree to this order on November the 6th, 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, 2015. We haven't gotten to 2025 yet. And if you look at page 17 as well, what is this document?
This the restitution document stating what I have to pay.
And it states that you have a total amount due currently of $22,350.
Yes, ma'am. It's less than that, but this is the order, the original order.
The original orders. That's why it's dated 11/6/2015.
Yes.
And if you would, please turn to page 19 and identify what that document is for me.
This is the document with the balance that's due, with my statement at the bottom of what happened, the reason why I have that charge.
And do you agree the balance that's reflected there is $25,254.76?
I think it's a little less now.
Now it is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's not much, but it's a little less.
And at the time this document was submitted or generated, you had paid $124 towards that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they could not give you a document showing completion because this amount was outstanding. Is that correct? Tell us the circumstances surrounding the incident that happened in 2015 that resulted in this charge.
I had let a family member, well, I was staying with a family member at the time, and me being obedient to my elders, I had let my family member use my bank account because the person needed to pay a bill. Come to find out, they was in money laundering. So they accepted a wire of, at the time it was $44,000. And $22,000 of that money was taken out of my account for their personal use. I don't think I would know that I was pulled over to do like a routine stop. They said they had a warrant for my arrest. They asked me, did I know about the warrant? I told them no. I wound up going to jail behind it. Went to court the next day. They told me the reason why I was arrested. And they told me that since I never been into trouble or anything, that they was gonna do a non-adjudication. They won't let the charge be non-adjudicated, and I just had to pay on the fine in order for me to get it off my record.
If you would, I think what you just told was found in page 12, Exhibit B6. And this is a statement from you, I believe is that correct?
Yeah, page 12.
Page 12, it's Exhibit B6. So it says, I was pulled over by Hattiesburg Police. They asked for my license and later told me that I had a warrant for my arrest. I did not know why I had a warrant until I got to the jail. When I went into court, I finally was told what happened. I had to talk to the detective afterwards about the charge. I found out that it was some money sent to my account that was not supposed to be there. The money was stolen from another account. I told the detective that my mom asked for my account information. The detective told me that $22,000 was sent to my account. The bank, formerly known as Central Sunbelt, flagged my account and closed it. I got indicted and I went in front of Robert
Helfrich.
I told him my story. He told me that since I've not been in any trouble dealing with the law, he would give me 5 years of probation and a restitution fee. I was ordered to pay $25,378.76 in restitution. I have not finished paying the restitution because of the pay I was making as a CNA. Is that a correct reflection of what took place?
Yes.
Okay. Why not just pay the $22,000 back?
I'm in a process of trying to pay it back, but it's hard when you are a single mother with no help, no support. You're trying to pay and you're trying to maintain life for children, also trying to better your life. And part of my probation order was to show that I can be dependent enough to take care of my kids and to make sure that I can maintain a lifestyle for them. Because if I couldn't do that, that was also a violation of my probation officer. So that would have caused me to lose my freedom and my kids to the system. And I don't want my kids to go through the system or be evaluated through the systems like that. But the pay, I can't pay all of it. I'm supposed to pay it over a 5-year period, but it's hard to do that when you're paying, the cost of living in Hattiesburg is extremely high. So I'm paying about maybe 900, no, 975 a month for something like, in working as a CNA at that time, making $8, $9 an hour. It was not possible for me to pay it all in 5 years.
Mrs. Tillman, maybe I didn't ask this question the right way. But it's my understanding that your mom got your bank account information. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then she placed $22,000 in your account. Is
The
that
person that she was talking to placed $44,000 into the account, but 22 was used on personal expenses, according to what the detective told me.
what happened to the other 22,000?
Once they flagged my account, they sent the other 22 back to the account that it originally came from.
So 44,000 was placed in your account. 22,000 went back to the company that should have had it in the
Yes,
first place. The
yes.
company it was stolen from. And then 22,000 remained in your account for some period of time. Is
Yes,
that correct?
Yes.
How long was it in your account?
They didn't tell me. I don't think I know. I got a phone call from Central Sunbelt stating that my account was froze due to fraudulent transaction.
So where did the $22,000 go that was in your account?
They said it was spent on personal. They said it was spent on personal expenses, which I told them I didn't see none of that money.
It's spent on personal expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't know who spent the $22,000?
Apparently my mom, because I didn't, like I told him, I wasn't even aware of the money until I got pulled over or until Central Sunbelt gave me a call and said that my account was closed.
How much longer was it from the time you were pulled over? Then I'm sure, what date was the 44,000 deposited into your account?
I'm not aware.
You know, the month and year?
I was arrested in May of 2015. I want to say December of 14, January, between December 14 or January 15. I don't have that document with me.
At any point, did you check your account and see that you had an additional
No, ma'am,
$40,000 in your account?
No, ma'am, I barely used that account. It was like a secondary.
Did you ask your mom why she needed your account information?
To pay bills, is what I was told.
She have her own account?
No, ma'am.
Was your mom indicted?
No, ma'am.
She charged? Did she enter in any type of plea agreement or predisposition?
No, ma'am.
So that's the reason you couldn't just turn that $22,000 back, is because it was spent. I believe you referenced R1 on page 20, which was your letter to the board, asking the board reconsider the status of your nursing application.
Yes, ma'am.
In that first sentence, you say, I acknowledge my mistake and I've taken full responsibility for my actions. But you also acknowledge today that while you admit to what transpired, you acknowledge you have not paid the restitution fee and you have not paid the fine, which was a condition of getting the non-adjudication, so you didn't end up in a conviction.
No, ma'am. To this day, I'm still, well, as I was collecting the evidence and the documentation to submit to the board, they still tell me the same thing, that I'm not convicted, even though I did not complete the non-adjudication order.
And I would agree you don't have a conviction today, but with a non-adjudication, if you don't complete the terms of that, at any point, they could change your guilty plea into a conviction. So why have you not made more efforts than $124 to pay towards restitution?
Like I recently just said, I was making $8 to $10 an hour. So that means I would have to slave extra days and be away from my kids in order to pay this $22,000 back. And I didn't have both of my parents coming up, so I don't want my kids to experience the fact of, well, my mama worked too much and I don't ever see my mama. I don't want them to experience that because I said that about my parents coming up. All they did was work. All they did was work. And I don't want that to be a burden on my kids and they have the same thing, the same attitude I have towards my parents. So I just took in accountability or making whatever I had left after paying my bills and trying to maintain a life for them. I just try to pay whatever I can because that's what they told me. I can just make payments on whatever I can. It's not no set price that I have to pay a month to pay towards the restitution fee.
And when you submitted this statement, that's on page 19, you had only paid $124 since 2015 towards what the court ordered you to do.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you not disclose that you had this outstanding egregious position again on your application?
Because I didn't get an understanding of that I entered into a plea guilty. Only thing that happened that day at court when I signed these papers, it was just like, here, sign this, you agreeing that you want 5 years of probation and it will be non-adjudicated. Nobody never really explained. I'm asking them like, what does this mean? What does non-adjudication mean? What am I doing before I sign these papers? They was like, oh, you just agreeing to saying that you're doing 5 years on probation and it's a non-adjudication charge.
But you understood you had to pay restitution. When you
Yeah, when they told me, yes.
That's why you paid $124 towards that 25,000, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you did understand you had to pay restitution.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not saying that I didn't understand that part, but when you asked me why I did not list it, that's the reason why I didn't list it.
Do you understand that if you answer falsely on the application, that you're being untruthful?
I was not trying to be untruthful. I just didn't know what to put on there. I just put no because I was told I wasn't convicted, or I didn't know what entering into. At that time, I still didn't know what entering into a guilty plea means.
An agreed disposition is something like a non-adjudication or a pretrial individual.
Not, yes, ma'am. Not that I know that. Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Right, Ms. Tillman, the members of the board panel may have some questions for you. Any questions? Go ahead. Oh, yeah, we'll start here. Okay. Well, no, we started down there last time. We'll start here.
Okay, I'm the oldest, so there you go. All right, so just a few things to clarify. We appreciate you being here and telling us your side of things. I think I'm following, but I want to just clarify. Okay, so you had this event in 2015, so you're about 20 years old at the time. Okay, and so you said this account was your secondary account. Did you have a primary account?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know it's been a while, but did you have money in that account on a regular basis?
Yes, ma'am. That was what majority of my like payroll was going to.
Okay, so you had a primary account that had some funds in it, but someone used your secondary account. Do you know if it was your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and I think Ms. Saltzman is, we're thinking about the same thing here. So $22,000, even though you may not have had anything to do with it, it wound up in your secondary account.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying that the reason you didn't take that money and use it to pay your fine is because it was spent.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're assuming by your mother, but you don't have any record.
I don't have any records, but she's on, well, she at that time was the only one who had, besides the person she's talking about bank information to, they was the only two people that had access to that account.
So did you ever go to the bank? I know you said they froze your account, but did you ever go and say, I need to see where this money's gone? The debits or deposits or anything
I
like that?
never had that opportunity to go and see because, like, after I was arrested, they turned everything over to the police.
So when you say you didn't have the opportunity, I guess I'm trying to understand how $22,000 just got spent if everything was turned over to the police.
Okay. From what the detective told me, from my understanding of what the detective told me, he said that it was a wire transaction of $44,000 that was sent to my Central Sunbelt account, which I had no knowledge of.
Right.
So with that being said, he said that when they flagged it, the other $22,000 that was left in the account that was not spent was sent back to the bank that it was stolen from. So the other 22,000 that totaled up to be $44,000 was spent on personal expenses. That's how they described the situation.
Okay, so you didn't pursue what those personal expenses were after the fact?
No,
I mean,
ma'am.
did you just?
I just took, I mean, thinking about the situation now, I kind of regret it, but I just took the charge because it was my bank account and I just didn't want to see my mom behind bars. So I took the charge. I took the rep for it.
Okay, so $124 toward this payment, and I don't think anyone would argue that you can't make a living on $8 an hour, much less take care of a family.
Right.
At the same time, that's a, I don't know, less than $7 or $8 a month. Okay, that if you spread it out. So how did you make those payments? Did you said at the end of the month or end of whenever you made payments?
To be honest, with that 124, I would say I spent I paid maybe $4-5 a chance. Cause she said long as I was showing that I was trying to make payments on there, that they wouldn't necessarily bother me. But like I was explaining to her, I'm trying my best to. I even to this day, the same lady, she's still down there at the courthouse. And to this day, she told me whatever I can make, just try to make it because she said that even though the judge withheld the charge, she said it can go on my credit as a collection, and she said it can set negative results at the end. But she told me, long as I'm showing that, long as I'm proving to them that I'm making payments on it, they will continue to work with me. And once I pay it off, it still would be a non-adjudicated order.
So, but you understand that it was a 5-year time limit.
Yes, ma'am.
That's clear. Okay, so when was the last time you made a payment?
I made a payment back in, I got the documentation back in June or July. So it's around June or July of last year.
Documentation of
like the exhibits I had to present with getting the copy of the.
realized that you were not, that the administrative denial of your license application?
The last 2.5 years I was in nursing school, I was not able to work at all.
So you had not made any payment for 2.5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just trying to get it clear in my head. So when you went back to school to be an LPN, with the hope of being an LPN, I'm curious as to why you went to Louisiana.
I had applied to every school and had not Hattiesburg, but Mississippi. But Louisiana was the first one to call. So I was like, by me being a mom, I'm just gonna make a sacrifice and try to do a better life, get a better life for my kids. My goal, and it still is my goal, if y'all give me the opportunity to get my license, I was gonna pay more on my restitution fee to go and try to pay it off. I also have the support team from well, not my parents, but from other people that's gonna try to help me get this non-adjudication charge, like the restitution fee paid. Like the support team that I have now is way better than what I had back in 2015 to 2020. Yeah, 2020.
Okay, so in Louisiana, and it operates differently than Mississippi in terms of licensure and education applications. So do you recall having to file any type of application to the school where they asked you about any criminal history or convictions or even non-adjudicated?
Yes, ma'am. I had to do, because like Mississippi, they have the board of nursing application where you have to do the board of nursing application to be accepted into the nursing program. On there, it asks, was I arrested for a felony or a misdemeanor? I put yes, that I was arrested as a misdemeanor, because that's all I ever known since I done background checks in Mississippi. Every time my background check come back, it just say arrest. No convictions, no nothing. It just say one arrest, misdemeanor, false pretense. So that's what I put on everything, including like nursing home applications. Every application that I done in healthcare, I always put yes. If they ask me have I been arrested, I always put yes for that misdemeanor charge. But as far as like the conviction wise, I just be clueless, because one minute somebody say I'm convicted, the next minute they say I'm not. And that's what's throwing me for a loop when it's come down to questions like that.
Right. So, well, one of the concerns that I'm trying to understand is how well, let me just stop there. So did the Louisiana State Board of Nursing respond, or did the school that you applied to respond when you indicated that you've been arrested?
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of. No, they never said nothing about my arrest records in Louisiana.
So have you made application for licensure as an LPN in Louisiana?
No, ma'am, I only applied for Mississippi after I graduated nursing school.
Okay, so you've had no communication with the Louisiana State Board of Nursing since you applied to their school?
Only communication I had with them was about my ID. Never nothing about my background.
What do you mean your ID?
I had a different address on my driver license.
And who called you?
The board of nursing.
Okay.
They sent an email out.
Was that while you were in school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so a little different turn. So the letters of support, this first one, well, it might be this. It might be the first. It's R2. It's on page 21. So this was a faculty member.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that last sentence is a little confusing to me. I don't know when she wrote this letter, but your testimony is that she wrote it as support for this hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because the last thing is she says she has a positive attitude and would be an absolute asset to your team.
I don't know why she put team.
Okay. Well, I'm a faculty member and sometimes we reuse language, so that is probably what happened. She just missed it.
Okay.
On the second one, on page 22, this one is from, is this where you had your
MA?
Okay. Okay. So this was also basically someone at the school.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then they're saying she'll be a tremendous asset to your nursing board.
Because I told him that I was trying to get my license from Mississippi.
Okay. The reason I'm asking, because neither of these letters indicates they had clear understanding of what kind of recommendation or reference you were asking for.
Only thing I told him that I needed a letter of recommendation stating my character and personality. Didn't know what to tell them as far as letter of recommendation wise.
Okay, so they wrote you basically generic letters of support.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the next one, it's page 24, Melissa Wheaton. Oh, here's this. Okay, so she's a APR nurse educator from Petal. Okay. And it says you support for reinstatement of her license.
She's a very close person that I worked with her at the nursing home at Bedford in Hattiesburg. And she was one of the reason why I really went to pursue my nursing, because she told me that the care that I have for people and the care that I have for the elderly and the patient expect, she said I'll make a great nurse. So she really pushed me to going back to school.
I hear you. It sounds like she's not clear that you were not licensed. There's no reinstatement. You've never been licensed as an LPN.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I told her. It's just an administrative denial of my LPN application.
Okay. All right. So, and then I think the last letter, maybe, well, no, it's not the last one, but the next one on page 25. This is an LPN. And then it says, I met Ms. Tillman when she was a CNA.
Yes, ma'am.
And began working closely with her once she became a nurse.
Yes, ma'am. That goes back to when I was working at Wesley before I got my administrative denial letter. Wesley let me work as a PN.
So you went to work as an LPN prior to getting a license as an LPN?
Most facilities that I asked about, I asked questions before I applied. I told them that I just took my NCLEX and I'm waiting on to hear back from the board about my license. And most companies let you work as a tech, like a nurse tech. And
so were you hired as a nurse tech or were you hired as an LPN?
I was hired as an LPN. And then that's when I got my administrator, and that's when I told I had to. Couldn't work as an LPN.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Questions? So, Ms. Tillman, to kind of follow up on what Dr. Stewart was just asking before I move on to my questions, what functions did you perform at Wesley?
All thing I did was like medication administration.
So let me clarify. You were doing medication administration as an unlicensed personnel.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you, just to clarify also, where were you working as a certified nurse aide?
I worked at Bedford Care Center of Hattiesburg. I was working Bedford Care of Monroe Hall in Hattiesburg. That's about it. Done the 2 nursing homes.
And this is kind of a follow-up question. I'm just curious as to, I know you said you gave your mother your banking information, but how did she access the money to get $22,000 out in such a short amount of time? Was it a debit card? We're talking checks? Because to use your banking information in a bank, the bank, unless you have identification that you're that person, she wouldn't be able to utilize that.
Yeah, she didn't go into the bank. I want to say with the router number and the account number, like making purchases online or.
So what kind of period of timeline are we talking that we're spending $22,000?
I don't have the answer to it.
Do you currently have a relationship with your family member?
Not the best.
Have you tried to recoup your money from that family member to make your restitution?
It's always excuses.
I don't have any other questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, additional questions from any other members of the board here in panel?
Go ahead.
I just want to piggyback. I guess it's just kind of ping pongs across the table here, just because of the medication administration that you were given in the hospital. Did they think that you were a nurse already? Like, did you tell them that you were a nurse and that you had a license?
I didn't tell them I had a license. I never told them that. I told them I passed the NCLEX and they just hired me because I told them I was waiting on an answer from the board.
But, okay, so in your educational background, because you had finished school and graduated and had taken the NCLEX?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Only thing I
let's-
provided them was the copy of my NCLEX results.
but in your educational program, did they go through the professional standards of nurses and the duties of a nurse and a non-nurse to include medication administration?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew that that wasn't something you were supposed to be doing at that point without a
Yes.
license?
Yes, ma'am.
So, so what is your plan, like, to pay this money back? Because at any point, it could become a conviction, and then these things you're concerned about, or you're not gonna be able to address at all.
Yes, ma'am. My plan is hopefully that I can get my LPN license. I have 2 job offers in Hattiesburg at a nursing home that's paying way more than what I'm making now, way more. And I plan to get this paid off. I set myself up on I'm say 24-month period to pay it off so I can have time because I wanted to pay it off in 12 months, but if I pay it off in 12 months, they're looking at me spending $2,500 a month on just restitution fee. And I can't afford that and the cost of living right now. So if I split it up into 24 months, I'll be paying $750 a month and I have it paid off in 2 years. Plus whatever help that I have from the supportive team that I have now.
Okay, so if you're not able to practice as an LPN for the next 24 months,
I don't know what to do. I really don't, because
you're basically saying this is what has to happen for you to be able to pay this debt?
I'm not saying it's necessarily saying, I'm not necessarily saying that this has to happen for me to pay this debt, but there's gonna be a sacrifice I'm gonna have to make back, I guess, to my kids. Like, look, y'all will never see mommy until I pay this off. Because I have to work 16 to pay, basically, technically, I would have to work 16 hours, maybe 5, 6 days a week in order to try to maintain a life for them and this restitution life. And I don't know, like, I don't want to make that sacrifice. I'm not ready to make that sacrifice, especially with my 2 kids. Because I don't want them to look at me the same way I looked at my parents. That's why we have a love-hate relationship, because they was never there. And then for my mom to do what she done, I really, I don't want that.
So if this were reversed because of your appeal, can you help us understand how that we would know that you understand what your scope of practice is? Because you've already admitted in this one that you practiced as a nurse when you weren't a nurse. And with those roles and responsibilities for patient care. So how can the board how can you solidify in our brains that the professionalism and standards of practice would be followed if something happened today and it was?
I mean, I know I did that. I know it was wrong to do to accept a position like that. But in order, like, for me to prove to y'all, I'm aware of my scope of practice. I'm aware of what I can and can't do. Um, I'm aware of the Mississippi scope of practice for LPNs and rules and regulations. I was just at that point, they offered me the position. I just didn't know, like, I never told them that I was licensed. I never told them anything like that. I was honest with them. I told them that I don't think I got is my NCLEX results. And she said, okay, that'll work. And she just hired me. Yes, ma'am.
Any additional questions?
Yes, I have one more, Ms. Tillman. Kind of piggybacking off of the question that Dr. King just asked. When did Wesley become aware that you were unlicensed?
They kept asking me questions about my license, and I told them I was still, at the time, I was really still waiting to hear back. But I stopped working in September after I got my administrative denial.
So how long were you working at Wesley unlicensed?
Approximately 2 months.
And during this 2-month period that you're thinking, or that you're saying to us, you got your NCLEX pass rate, it never occurred to you to go to the Board of Nursing website and look up your license.
I've been on a gateway, yes, ma'am.
Did you attempt to look up your license?
No, ma'am.
Any additional questions?
And I have just a couple questions based on the panel's questions.
Okay, some follow-up questions for,
Briefly. Ms. Tillman, on page 28, I believe you introduced it into evidence as R8.
28.
Right. And this was a recommendation letter from North Shore Technical Community College, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's on letterhead, right? And then you see on the next page, page 29, R9, there's a statement from the Department of Corrections. It's on letterhead, right? Okay, so in R2, there's a reference letter that's been submitted also from North Shore Technical Community College. That's not on letterhead. Why is that?
She emailed me that.
So you formatted these reference letters. That's why they look similar.
I didn't format them. I just, 28, I would actually went up there and picked that up. But the rest of them was emailed to me, so I just copied and pasted them into a Word document and printed out.
So instead of printing out the email, you took what they had and you put it in a Word document.
Yes, ma'am. I copy and pasted from the email to the Word.
And that's probably why these all look similar.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
additional questions? I do have, Ms. Tillman, related to the so I heard you testify that in July, that was your, July of 2023, that was your, contact with the county related to the.
Yes, ma'am, back in June.
June, all right. So it looks like with your order, on page 14. Says here that the court will defer acceptance for a period of 5 years. All right, so that was in 2015. So I guess the 5-year period was 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you contacted him in 2023, 3 years after the expiration of that 5-year period, did the status or was another order issued, or is it still a non-adjudicated matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Even
From what
after-
they told me, it's still a non-adjudicated matter. Cause I was showing them that I was making small payments towards the charge, well, towards the restitution fee.
Okay, so even in hearing from you in 2023, that would have been 8 years after the entry of this order, and 3 years after what would have been the expiration of that 5-year period.
Technically, when I went in front of Judge Heffridge, it's supposed to be a 10-year sentence. But they suspended 5 years and gave me 5 years of probation. So it's still, I guess, technically up under 10 years, even though they suspended the 5.
It doesn't appear that way. I'm just trying to, it looks like, that's what I want to know, like, if this was filed in 2015 and then that 5-year period, if there was gonna be a check-in, it would have been 2020, but then they're hearing from you in 2023 and the status didn't change, even considering you had only paid up to $124 based off what they told you.
And when I spoke to the clerk, yes, ma'am, when I talked to the circuit clerk lady revolving behind all of this, she told me that it's still a non-adjudication charge. And she told me that it still shows that I'm not a convicted felon. But they could not give me nothing stating that I'm not a convicted felon because I have not paid off the restitution fee.
All right, that's all the questions I had. Now you can allow your witness to give a statement, or you can walk us through some questions, however you want to present that testimony. You can start now.
I just let her speak.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
It's Khadijah Polk. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say I was one of the nurses that worked with her at Wesley, and just knowing how she is as a person and how she was as a coworker, I feel like she would be a good asset, to the field of nursing. And I would love to see how she progresses from here, and her, I've seen her growth and that she is trying to do better, and that I just think, we should give her a chance. But of course, with some guidelines and some guidance, and making sure that she's staying on the right path and doing what she needs to do is to take care of this situation. But I would just like to see her excel in her career after this, and that we can give her a chance to prove herself. That's all I have.
Ms. Saltzman may have some questions for you and the board as well.
Yes, Mrs. Polk. You said you're an RN currently, is that correct? And where do you work?
I was working at Wesley, but right now I travel.
Where's your travel assignment currently?
In New Orleans at UMC.
How long have you been there?
Since December.
And when you worked with Mrs. Tillman, did she hold herself out to you as an LPN? Did? I believe she was an LPN at the time, licensed as an LPN. I need you to answer out loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Talk about your educational history just quickly. I know you stated that you're an RN. Do you also have a PhD?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get your PhD?
From USM.
Okay. And so on R6, that's page 26, was this your statement to the board?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So you wrote this statement and submitted it. Did you give it to Mrs. Tillman via email?
I did.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Polk, the board may have some questions for you now.
Okay.
You said you got your PhD at Southern?
Yes, ma'am. It's just a nursing PhD. So like it's I can be an educator, or it's not a.
So you have a master's degree?
No, ma'am. I got my PhD. I did their BSN to PhD program.
Got it. Okay, good. Good for you. Thanks.
additional questions? All right, hearing none, Ms. Tillman, do you have, any other matters you'd like to present in support of your defense, or do you rest at this time? Not yet, not for the close. I'm just trying to get to the point where we are ready for closing, if you are there, but if.
As far as like the restitution situation, I have made an agreement to like pay more in monthly. Like I said, it's just the sacrifices that we just have to take as a mother, and just, I've been talking to like the circuit clerk people, and I mean, whatever decision that the board make, that she'll still work with me so I can finish paying off my restitution fee. So I can go and get it expunged off my record.
Anything further? But I will conclude the hearing now, and we will move into closing statements if y'all are ready.
Yes, Your Honor. In April of 2015, Ms. Tillman was arrested for an outstanding warrant for a charge of false pretenses. In November of 2015, in exchange for receiving a non-adjudicated sentence, which is the opportunity to not have a conviction, she pled guilty and agreed to complete certain terms that included payment of restitution in the amount of $22,000 and a $2,500 fine. In almost 8 to 9 years, or approximately 99 months, Mrs. Tillman has paid $124 towards that court's requirement. If you do the math, Mrs. Tillman has averaged repayment of $1.25 per month for the 99 months that she's been under this order. She was supposed to repay this amount in 5 years. If she had paid $366 per month, she would have completed the terms of that non-adjudication agreement. She was additionally dishonest on her application for licensure with this board. She has not completed the terms ordered by the court for payment of restitution and fines. She has not completed her probation and has been dishonest. She cannot today produce a letter of completion to this board. Based upon her dishonesty and her continued non-compliance with the court order, I would ask this panel affirm the denial of Mrs. Tillman's application. Thank you.
Ms. Tillman, your opportunity for closing.
I hope, for my closing statement, I would like to say, I would like for the board to give me an opportunity to continue on to approve my administrative denial so I can make a better life for my kids and go and pay this restitution fee out to get it expunged off my record.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing in case number 2023-0992. The board will make a decision today and announce that decision today. So you can wait for that or wait to receive the, it's solely up to you. Council may extend your opportunity, the courtesy of giving you a call when the board is about to make its announcement or with the board's decision, or if you don't want to wait. So you just have to communicate with board counsel. That concludes this hearing. Do we want to go back now to deliberate? Okay. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to deliberate on case number 2023-0992. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, I will now entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-0992.
Make a motion to go to executive session for deliberation for the study case number. Yes, I second Dr. King's motion.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision. in this matter. I don't know, I'm allergic to aspirin. All right, we are back on the record. I will ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their names.
Melissa King,
Sandra Culpepper.
Mary Stewart.
And I will announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0992 involving licensee, LPN exam applicant Kirishima Tillman. The board's decision is to affirm the administrative denial. Once you have been denied, as you have been denied, you may reapply for licensure 1 year from the date you receive notification of your denial. So basically, the board affirmed the decision to deny. And going forward, you must wait a year before you can reapply. This concludes the hearing. Concludes the announcement of the board's decision. Do you have any questions? And, on the docket is case number 2021-0525 involving licensee Ms. Melissa Thompson, license R-835366. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. The members of the board hearing panel have stated their names for the record. And so now I will ask the attorney representing the board to state their name for the record. And is the licensee Ms. Thompson present? Ms. Thompson, are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Because you're not represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you during this hearing today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf today?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the severity of the charges pending against you such that the outcome of this hearing could be revocation of your license?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed today without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to identify anybody in attendance that will give testimony today. Please state your name for the record.
Melissa Thompson.
Tawanda Jones.
And now I will ask the court reporter to swear you both in.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay. And are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, I would request that B1 through B14 be entered into evidence today.
Ms. Thompson, do you object to the admission of these exhibits into the record? Are admitted. So we'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we'll have closing statements. So if the parties are ready to proceed at this time, you can begin with your first witness. You may call your first witness. I'm sorry, no, you can begin with opening statements. Sorry, it's the afternoon. We'll start with opening statements. First up is
I'm getting tired too. We are here today for a disciplinary hearing for the board panel related to the nursing license of Mrs. Melissa Thompson. She was first licensed as an RN in Mississippi in 1994. Today you will hear testimony that Mrs. Thompson has been charged with 3 violations of the nursing practice law, related to her behavior on June the 7th, 2021, while employed at Vineyard Court Nursing Home in Columbus, Mississippi. Specifically, it is alleged today that Mrs. Thompson instructed a CNA to push a laundry cart in front of a resident's door to keep that resident in his room, and that the CNA then added a lift to keep that laundry cart in place, resulting in the involuntary seclusion of the resident. Thank you.
Right, Ms. Thompson, at this time, you can give your opening statement. It's just a brief overview of the case you plan to present in your defense.
Well, I'd like to say this was my first time to work at a nursing home. I did instruct the CNA to push the laundry cart in front of, I'll call him D's door, as he would come out constantly with no clothes on. And we had numerous visitors and other residents that were needing our attention at that particular time. And that's all I know to say right at the moment.
Okay, so that concludes our opening statements. At this time, board counsel will begin with its case in chief. Ms. Thompson, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Investigator Tawanda Jones. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Tawanda Jones, the Mississippi Board of Nursing, place of residency is Rankin County.
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
I've worked for the Board of Nursing for 6 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that have resulted in a disciplinary or discipline against licensees?
I have.
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints related to individuals licensed by this board to practice nursing in the state?
It is.
Please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2, and that's on page 2. And if you would, please identify that documentation.
B2 is nurses' information.
And if you would, please tell us the address that's listed there for Mrs. Thompson.
The address on this document is 2098 New Hope Road, Columbus, Mississippi, 39702.
And per rules, it's the duty of the licensee to keep their mailing address current with the Board of Nursing through their gateway.
That's correct.
Please turn to page 4, which is Exhibit B3, and identify that document, please.
B3 is a license verification.
And who's the name on this license verification?
Melissa Thompson.
And what's the license number?
835366.
And the license type?
Registered nurse.
And what's the status?
An active status.
And what is the license issue date?
License issue date is 10/6/1994.
And what's her compact status?
Compact status is a multi-state.
Please turn to pages 11 and 12 of Exhibit B5 and identify those documents, please.
Page 11 is a second note.
And does that set the hearing for today's date?
6/2024.
And if you would, please identify that second page for us.
Second page.
Respondent is listed on the complaint.
The respondent is Melissa Jeanette Hall Thompson.
And if you turn to page 13, when was this complaint filed?
The complaint was filed on August 8th, 2023.
And if you would, please turn to page 14 and 15 and identify this document as well.
Pages 14 and 15 are the return receipt for certified mail.
Okay. And if you look at page 16 and identify that document too.
Page 16 is USPS tracking report.
And do these numbers match the numbers that you see listed on the second notice of hearing on page 11, tracking numbers?
They match.
Thank you. And is Mrs. Thompson here today?
She is.
And was the certified mail, if you're looking on page 15, sent to, sorry, not 15, 14, sent to the address that Mrs. Thompson had on file with the board?
It was.
Okay, let's turn back to what you identified as the complaint on page 12. If you would tell me what charges or violations are listed in the complaint.
Charge 1, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 LC in that the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person under the licensee's care and/or. Charge 2, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529 LE in that the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet the generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15 LK in that the respondent engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public.
And if you would, please tell us what additional facts are listed in the complaint to support these charges.
The additional facts reads, on or about June 7th, 2021, while employed as a registered nurse at Vineyard Court Nursing Center in Columbus, Mississippi, the respondent instructed a CNA to push a laundry cart in front of a resident's door could dress resident DH because resident DH had come into the hallway naked. Resident DH has a BIM score of 00. Keep going.
Yes, please.
In accordance with the respondent's instruction, the CNA placed a laundry cart in front of resident DH doorway, resulting in the involuntary seclusion of a resident DH. When the CNA noticed that resident DH was attempting to move the laundry cart from the doorway, the CNA added a lift in front of the laundry cart to hold the laundry cart in place.
And after receiving information related to the event you just described, did you investigate this allegation?
I did.
And if you would briefly summarize what your investigation showed in relation to this incident.
The investigation showed after getting documents that were subpoenaed to the facility, it showed that on the date in question that the RN instructed the CNA to put the laundry cart in front of the resident's door to keep him from coming out until they could attend to him.
And what facility was this? Where did this occur?
It occurred at Vineyard Court.
And during your investigations, you also obtained statements related to this event?
I did. I obtained witness statements.
And did you have an opportunity to discuss this matter with Mrs. Thompson?
I did.
Okay. Did she provide you with a written statement?
No, she provided the facility with a written statement.
You would please turn to Exhibit B6 on page 17 and identify that document, please.
B6 is the written statement that the respondent gave to the facility.
Would you read that to the board panel, please?
To whom it may concern, a resident was in the hallway with no clothes on and visitors as well, and the other residents were in the building. I asked CNA C to pull the laundry cart in front of the resident's room to leave the resident's door open so we staff could keep an eye on him, resident, and perhaps keep him in the room until we could get clothes on the resident. Another resident was visiting, had visitors. Another resident needed to be changed as he had family members waiting outside on him, and it's signed by the respondent.
Thank you. If you would turn to the next page, page 18, which has been marked as Exhibit B7, is this the statement of the CNA that was referenced?
It is.
Could you also read that statement to the panel?
On June 7th, 2021, ICG was taking a resident's blood pressure. The respondent came to me and told me to come and get the resident because he was naked in the hall. So I went to get him. Then she told me to get another person because he had someone waiting on him. The patient is in his room and put him in put the bin in front until you could get him. So I did what she said and made sure he did not get out. I made another mistake by taking the lift and putting it in front of the bin to keep him in. I changed the resident, but the respondent said that go ahead and get him dressed. This is my written statement, true with in content to hurt or harm no resident. I never did this before and will never do it again. Then that's the name of another employee, tells me to do anything. I feel it is
Is it dated as well?
It is dated.
What's the date of the statement?
June 7th, 2021.
And at the time, during your investigation, did you learn that the facility reviewed surveillance coverage?
I did.
Was the board able to obtain that surveillance coverage? B8, page 19, and identify what this document is.
B8 is a timeline of events based on the camera footage, and the statement is given by the administrator of the facility.
And does it detail what happened?
It does.
And not to just walk through it bit by bit, but does it correlate to what both Ms. Thompson has stated today and what she has in her statement, that a laundry cart was placed in front of the door of this particular resident?
It does.
If you would, please turn to Exhibit B9, page 20. If you identify this document.
B9 is a report that was completed by the nursing home administrator, and this is a copy of the information that was submitted to the Mississippi Department of Health regarding the incident.
Again, we're not going to walk through this entire statement, but if you would, please tell me in that first paragraph what this particular resident had a BIM score of.
The resident has a BIM score of 0.
And again, is what you found in this statement also consistent with what Mrs. Thompson has stated today?
It is.
Would please turn to B11. It's on page 23, and identify what this document is.
B11 is a disciplinary report from Vineyard Court for the respondent.
And does it detail an offense?
It does.
And what is that?
Instructing an aide to push a laundry cart in front of the resident's door.
And did Ms. Thompson sign this?
She did.
And on what date?
June 7th, 2021.
So she was counseled relating to her instruction to push that laundry cart in front of the door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you would, please turn back to page 22, which is Exhibit B10, and identify what this document is.
B10 is a personnel termination notice from Vineyard Court for the respondent.
And what does it state is the Is this a termination notice?
Yes.
Ask this differently. And what's the effective date?
The effective date is 6/18/2021.
And was it signed by Human Resources?
It was.
And what was the date of that signature?
Human Resource signed the form on 7/1/2021.
And did the administrator also sign?
The administrator did sign the form on June 18th, 2021.
And what does it list as the reason for termination?
Instructed the CNA to push a laundry cart in front of the resident's door in voluntary seclusion. And it says reported to the Board of Nursing.
So it appears then that initially she was counseled and warned and received some training on abuse, but then a few days later, approximately 11 days later, she was terminated. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would turn to page 28, and that's Exhibit B14. And please identify that document.
B14 is an abuse program document.
Please tell us what the second sentence of this policy states under purpose.
The second sentence under purpose reads, each resident has the right to be free from verbal, sexual, physical, and mental abuse, neglect, exploitation, misappropriation of a resident's property, and involuntary seclusion.
And when you drop down to definitions of abuse, is involuntary exclusion listed as one of the definitions of abuse?
It is.
And if you would please drop down to involuntary seclusion on this policy. Can you tell us how that term is defined?
Involuntary seclusion is defined as separation of a resident from other residents or from his or her room, or confinement to his or her room with or without roommates against the resident's will or the will of the resident's legal representation.
And if you would turn to the last page of this document, 31, did Mrs. Thompson sign this document acknowledging receipt of these policies?
Ms. Thompson did sign the document.
And on what date did she sign this document?
This document was signed on February 19th, 2021.
And that was 5 months prior to the date in question here on June the 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Thompson,
Yes, ma'am.
this time you may ask questions. If you want to cross-examine her, you can. If you don't have any questions. Members of the board hearing panel, do you have any questions for this witness? No?
I'm sorry, the board rests.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now, Ms. Thompson, this is your opportunity to present your case in defense against the charges pending against you.
Well, first of all, I think I'm getting too close to the mic. This had never happened before, will never happen again. I did not realize the severity of pushing the cart in front of his door. He smiled all the time and pushed the cart away from his door constantly. This was taking place well before I ever arrived at Vineyard Court. I had seen it there numerous times. I had been told by numerous other CNAs and nurses that that was the only way they could keep them in the room when they were busy handling another resident. It didn't buy him a whole lot of time, but it bought him, a little time. And he would smile all the time and just push it out of the way. Like I said, I personally had never asked anyone to do it before, but I had seen it in front of his door a lot. So I learned my lesson. We got an in-service on this after this took place. Oh.
They have some questions for you now.
Sure.
If you would, please tell the board your educational background related to the nursing degree.
I have an associate degree. I graduated from Mississippi University for Women in Columbus in 1994. I think I had been employed at this facility maybe a year or two prior to this episode. Prior to that, I traveled for 15 or 20 years to hospitals as a med-surg nurse. I'm currently employed now, semi-retired. I only work 6 days a week at a retirement facility. I was the charge nurse on day shift, but since recently my husband's been diagnosed with cancer, so now I'm only able to work 6 days a month. I'm semi-retired presently.
You said you work at a retirement center currently?
It's not an assisted living facility.
Where is that?
It's in Columbus at Windsor Place.
And you said part-time, right?
Yes, ma'am. 6 days a month.
And what month and year did you start working there?
I think I have been there 2 years. I stopped traveling because the DON had caught wind that I was wanting to stop traveling, and she called me in Louisiana on a job to see if I would be interested in coming there to work at their facility. So that was approximately 2 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, maybe.
So when you left, or when your employment ended at Vineyard Court, did you immediately go to Windsor Place
No, I went back to traveling.
in between the two?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your position at Vineyard Court when you were terminated?
I was the supervisor on 3 to 11 shift.
And I believe that you testified today that you did order the CNA to put the laundry cart.
I did order the CNA to push the laundry cart in front of the door. I did not ask her to put the lid in front of the door, just the laundry cart, the one that he could easily push away from the door.
Is it your testimony today that you now understand what involuntary seclusion is?
I did not know at that time. Yes, ma'am.
If you could do it again, what would you do today?
I would not have asked her to do that. I would have immediately stopped what I was doing and went in there and changed him so he could come out in the hall with the other visitors, other residents.
Have you ever been arrested and have any criminal history?
I got a DUI years ago, but not in over 20 years.
How long have you been a nurse?
Since 1994.
Have you had any other disciplinary actions before the Board of Nursing? Mississippi Board of Nursing?
No, no, ma'am.
Any other disciplinary actions in any other jurisdictions?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
The board may have some questions for you now.
Yes, ma'am.
So I do have a few for you. Ms.
Sure.
So you just made a statement of what you would have done differently. Why didn't you just go in there and dress that patient that day?
I was right in the middle of on the med cart, giving some medicines to another resident.
So what was your specific role? Because I see your job description is RN supervisor.
I also would manage the med cart when we had a lot of call-ins. So I did both.
Have you had any previous issues with any other employers in regards to these types of things?
No, ma'am.
And I also noticed on the in-service, it predated the incident, actually. You had been educated on February 19th of 21. However, the incident occurred on June 7th of 21. So, and I'm referring to B14.
Seems like we may have watched films, a lot of different films, and that may have been one of them.
Well, I'm just wanting to refer back because you just told us that you did not understand what involuntary seclusion was. And based on B14, it covered involuntary seclusion and you signed it and dated it.
I must have been mistaken when I said that. I'm sorry.
Any additional questions?
Yes. So I need you to help educate me just a little bit. So what is a BIM of 00?
I couldn't really tell you that. I know Dylan D. He had been abused as a child. He came to us years before I became employed there. I believe he was 20 when this happened. He only walked on his knees. He did not verbalize very well, but he knew some things you felt like he knew was wrong, and some things you felt like he knew was right.
Do you know if it was I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
I'm trying
fine.
to get at the nature of this assessment. So, because it's been referenced and it's on the information from the record. So is it is it a measure of intellectual ability? Is it a communications assessment?
Intellectual ability, I would answer
So his is
that way.
0, which I can guess is probably low.
Very low.
Okay.
Yes.
So, all right, and I think as you said, he walked on his knees, pulling the wheelchair behind him correctly?
Correctly.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, was there any order that you're aware of for him to be restrained in any way?
Not that I'm aware of, no, ma'am.
You already said you were at the med cart, because I was curious as to why you asked someone else to go do that.
I was doing the med cart at that particular time, which I did often, the med cart.
So in your 20+ years before you went to work here, as you were traveling, you said doing med surge,
Yes.
different places.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever see a patient's room intentionally blocked, like with a piece of furniture so they couldn't easily get out?
No, ma'am, I always worked on the med surg floor. The doors were either open or shut.
Right. Okay, and the last question I have is, and I'm looking at this definition of involuntary seclusion. Was this patient at this time agitated in the sense that he needed therapeutic intervention for agitation?
He was coming out and he was in the hallway with no clothes on at all.
Right, but this was
a
common,
routine. This
right?
was a common occurrence for him. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at that point, was there anything different in his behavior that you were concerned for his safety?
I wasn't so much concerned for his safety, I guess, as I was concerned for the other visitors seeing him. We had a lot of visitors that day.
So you were more concerned about the visitors
Seeing him naked like
uncomfortable?
that.
Okay. But again, your decision to direct a CNA to put something in his room with the intention of keeping him in the room away from visitors was not for his safety or benefit. It was for the concern of visitors.
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
No additional questions. Can now proceed with closing statements if you rest your case.
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, I do apologize. This has never happened, will never happen again. And if I could go back, it would not have happened. I don't know what else to say.
We'll begin now with closing statements, beginning with Ms. Saltzman, and then you'll have an opportunity, Ms. Thompson, to give your closing statement.
The charges brought against Mrs. Thompson today in the complaint that she willfully or negligently acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under her care. She failed to meet generally accepted standards of nursing, and she engaged in conduct likely to harm the public. Mrs. Thompson has admitted that she ordered a CNA to involuntarily seclude a resident in the resident's room by instructing that CNA to move the laundry cart in front of the resident's door because that resident was naked in the hallway. And at the time, Mrs. Thompson was trying to dress, and her testimony today was at the time that she was handling the medication cart. When that resident attempted to move the laundry cart from the door, the CNA then added a lift to make it even more difficult for the resident to leave his room. Involuntary seclusion is defined as separation of a resident from other residents or from his room, or confinement to his room against that resident's will or the will of the resident's legal representative. Mrs. Thompson's actions on June 7, 2021 clearly meet the definition of involuntary seclusion, and I would request the board consider and take action in accordance with the penalties set forth in Mississippi Code Annotated 7315-29-2. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Thompson, it's your opportunity now to give your closing statement to the board.
I'm not real sure what that means.
Just your final parting defense that you want to give a statement.
Like I said, I feel like I've learned my lesson. I will never have something like this happen again. And I do apologize for it happening when it did.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing in case number 2021-0525. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2021-0525. Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this matter.
Make a motion, we go into executive session for deliberations and stated case number.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. And we'll have a decision in this matter. You can wait. For the record, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their names.
Melissa King,
Sandra Culpepper.
Mary Stewart.
And I will announce the board's decision in case number 2021-0525 involving licensee Miss Melissa Thompson, license number R-835366. The board hearing panel finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The discipline imposed is a restricted license for 12 months. The restrictions include the police completion of coursework, prohibited areas of practice, meaning that for this year, you're limited to where you can practice. You cannot practice in any long-term chronic care facilities or long-term acute care. There's a formal reprimand, $500 fine, single state license. So all of this will be provided to you in the form of a written order, but just summarily, the board found you guilty of all charges. You are allowed to practice with a restricted license for 12 months. And you will receive a copy of this written order with the details. Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. So where I'm employed now, 6 days a month, am I allowed to work there for 6 days a month? I'm unclear on that.
Considered a long-term.
It's Windsor Place, assisted living. I mainly do the rehab hall where we get admissions for people who were just there for short-term rehab.
So once this order becomes effective, which is 30 days after the executive director signs it, you are prohibited from practicing in long-term chronic care facilities, and long-term acute care facilities. So if that place is that, is it?
It's short-term, the side I work on. It's two different sides, the way the buildings are set up, and I work on the short-term sides for people coming in, getting PT, ST, OT for short-term care.
I think under the rules, it's considered, your place of employment is considered a long-term chronic care facility or a long-term acute care facility. You're prohibited from practicing in that particular area, but it sounds like the place where you work offers long-term and short-term care.
They do, but the side that I work on is the short-term part, if that makes any sense. I'll have to show my DO in this, and then she'll have to, I guess, fit me in where I am, where I've been working the short term, if that makes any sense.
Because I guess it's more so your practice area, more so than I guess the employer, if that makes sense. So your practice area, it sounds like what you're describing is the provision of long-term chronic care or long-term acute care.
They're only there short term. They may be there 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Depends on how quick they can adjust with physical therapy and get back home.
So yeah, I would say in response to that, if the place of employment, if it is deemed by regulation to be a long-term chronic care facility, long-term acute care facility, then you are prohibited from practicing there.
Okay.
So,
I don't think it is, but like I said, I'll have to get together with my director of nursing because I don't think it is
so
to
not
make sure.
order, I would say that it's important for you to know how that particular place is classified.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And I apologize for having to be here today to all y'all. I'm sorry for everything that happened.
You don't have any other questions? Do you have any more questions?
Now you said that that's for 12 months and I'll get something in the mail. Was that correct?
Yeah, once this order is signed by the executive director,
Yes, ma'am.
it goes into effect 30 days after it's signed.
Yes, ma'am.
So choose not to appeal and proceed with this order once it goes into effect in that 30-day period. So 30 days after it's signed, then and it goes into effect, then you can count your 12-month period after them.
Yes, ma'am. And if you said there was a fine, I couldn't, I don't.
The $500 fine, and now that is due 180 days after the executive order becomes effective. So after the order is signed and the expiration of that 30-day period passes, at that point you have 180 days, is that 6 months to pay the $500.
Yes, ma'am.
But your license is restricted for 12 months.
Right. Will that be on the website with the new license saying restricted on it, or how does that work?
In your nursing system, I'm not sure. Let's see, if they're a compliance officer, they can answer. Yeah, you're gonna, if a nurse's license is restricted, it'll show on.
Once,
The discipline shows in nurses, yes.
Okay.
once the order is back final, it's uploaded and it shows.
Okay.
Does it answer your question?
Yes, ma'am, it does. Thank you very much.
All right, there are no other questions. That concludes your hearing.
Thank you. Y'all have a good afternoon. I'm sorry I kept y'all so late.
Next up on the docket, case number 2019-0386. The licensee is Ms. Lamitra Bilbo, license P-334275. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Nurse practitioner.
Sandra Culpepper.
Mary Stewart, Oregon.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Ms. Lamitra Bilbo, present?
She's not, Your Honor.
Well, can you briefly provide me with the notice given to Ms. Bilbo regarding this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. We sent her certified mail to her address she has on file with the board. Her notice of hearing was sent October 3rd, 2023. With the exhibits we would plan to introduce, it shows the notice of hearing. We sent it certified mail. The certified mail was received by her or by the address on file. The numbers on the certified mail that was returned to the board matched the number, the certified mail on the notice of hearing that was sent to her address on file. So she was properly noticed of the hearing today. We also checked the sign-in sheet as of 4:30. She had not signed in to be present here today. So we have met the statutory requirements for notice.
Thank you. It appears Ms. Bilbo received statutory notice of today's hearing. She has not provided any reason for why she unable to appear for today's hearing, so we will proceed with this hearing in her absence. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to introduce an evidence B1 through B8.
The exhibits are admitted into the record.
Your Honor, we request to just rest on the file.
List is granted. Thank you. Then so this concludes the hearing in case number 2019-0386. I see some ASPs have been added to today's docket from, it looks like they were from yesterday. Want to present those before the board return to deliberate?
Yes, Your Honor. The ASP for licensee R-888-533 NP, case number 2022-0279. An ASP licensee R-875-381, case number 2020-0440. And ASP for license number R-909-594, case number 2019-0189.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case numbers 2019-0386, 2019-0189, 2022-0279, and 2020-0440. Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on these matters.
Make a motion to go into executive session for deliberations on stated cases.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. right, we are back on the record. Ask the board members to state their names, please.
Melissa King. Mary Stewart.
And I will announce the board's decisions in case number 2019-0386. Ms. Lenitra Dilbo. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges and imposes the penalty for the discipline of revocation. In case number 2019-0189, the licensee is Mr. Ronald Richardson. The license number is R-909594. The board dismisses the complaint. In case number 2022-0279, the board proposes a modification to the modified agreed settlement proposal. So basically, they didn't accept or reject it. It's just being moved down on the docket to give an opportunity for the licensee to consider the proposed modification to the ASP. In case number 2020-0440, licensee is Cassie Martin, license number R-875381. The board accepts the agreed settlement, the modified agreed settlement proposal. This concludes the hearings for today. Thank you all for your service.